Hello and welcome back to Rolex Play, where we roll dice and we play games. You've joined us for session 15. It's been a while since we played, so welcome back. Welcome back. We have a full cast here. Everyone is present and accounted for, and I think we're just going to dive into it because we're all a little bit we're gagging for some games. So we're just going to dive in. But first, before we start with the actual games, instead of me giving you a recap, since it has been a while, I prefer the players do so. So first off, recapping the story of Thodain will be Jack. So Jack, take it away.
Yep. Hello. As Max said, I'm Jack. I play our resident bard and sarcastic one, Thodain. I'm playing a detective. Thodain is well, you met everybody at the circus back in session one. If you've not seen it, we'd fully recommend that you go back and watch and catch up. But Thodain is a detective. He travelled to where he met everybody else because his sister was in trouble. He's now looking into that and has returned to his home city, where he's on the trail of some suspects, some clues. He's now got a bit of a definitive timeline. Beyond that, he's co-owns a detective agency and has recently hired everybody onto said agency so that they can, while everyone's looking into their own personal stuff, we can also get some money coming in and like he's secretly a softie. Don't tell anybody. But yeah, that is. I'm not mentioning. Look, we've got to leave something for people. You know, we've got to leave some surprises in there. Like, come on, just like the bear is the bear, and anyone who isn't aware of the bear, like you're in for a treat. But yeah, that is Thodain, and I'll bring it up to whoever would like to offer themselves up next.
I guess that's me next. Hi, I'm Frey. I'm playing Fennel, the best rogue. If you're watching the series, that makes complete sense and is completely justified. Fennel is a Triton who has been exploring the world above the sea for about a year before joining this party, to which for him has been quite a pleasant experience, for the most part anyway. He did nearly get stabbed when he first met Thodain, but that's in the past. So he's enjoyed a bit having company now after traveling on his own for a little bit, and we've gone through the experience of the circus and then the flying the ship before getting into a new continent. So it's a new place for Fennel to start and explore and learn more about the overworld and send all those experiences back to the other Tritons in the hope to bridge the different races and introduce them in a more amicable way than the war that's currently going on. But details.
Excellent. Now we'll pass it on to Leonie.
Yes, I play Sienna, an Icemer fighter who met the group alongside Thorn. And for Sienna, the last thing that has happened is definitely Thorn's secret, her big secret coming out to everybody else, and Sienna for the first time not being the only person who's working to hide that secret and to help with that secret. I'll leave it to Cassie to maybe mention that or maybe not. Uh, and she's also been noticing some breaks, some loose ends in the relationship to Thorin. And she's also been kicked on a sort of self-finding journey by her sister, who had some very interesting topics to talk about to her. And she's been struggling to find herself and discovering new things about her that she didn't know about. That's pretty much it.
Okay. Then we move on to Cassie.
By Thorn, and she is my ASMR rogue. Fuck you, Frey. And she has been through a rough patch and is still going through that rough patch of her life and filled with anxiety with every step of the way. She's not doing too good. But she now has a job and is no longer a freeloader. um, so she's working through it and don't tell anybody, but she's excited to see where this part of her life goes, and she's looking for help with that secret that Leonie mentioned. But yeah, that's Thorn.
Okay. And Van. Robbie.
Yep. I'm Robbie. I play Ven, a tiefling sorcerer who, from the start, seemed to be just a friendly traveling musician, but as the days went on, it turns out they had the little shadowy friends talking to them, and their more slightly sinister nature started to appear. Um, as right now they're got rid of a curse that they didn't uh tell the party about. Only Fennel knowing about it. Uh, but are also dealing with some memories of the past coming back up, especially in the city they're in right now, and trying to cover it up. Successfully? We'll find out, but yeah.
And going on that topic of Van and his shadow companion, you had found yourself dreaming last night, Van. A recoupling of you and your long lost friend that is the shadow that sits by your side. They had been gone for a while, since exuding such power and saving the ship which flew in the sky and would probably plummet if not intervened. You rejoined, and as they explain an epiphany that they've had, you can find yourself in that moment of dreams where you're finding just the very edge of waking up, and it leaves you with one last thing. You see two hands, shadow hands, just moving back and forth. The entity speaks. Frederick. And you see a form of Frederick appears. Not a shadow, but a tangible, real painting of them. Veneno. You see, in the other hand, yourself appear. Their paths converge on a winding path. The voice shifts. It is a messy road, then, and one we will uncover together. Frederick has done something. He is the key. Or perhaps you are. To find out, we must piece this story together by collecting fragments scattered throughout our journey ahead. Ricker's death has brought us one step closer, and no one will get in the way. I will make sure of it. And you find yourself waking up. The last image of you and Frederick just there present in your mind as you awake in a room with Fidel. Is there anything you do in these first moments, Ben?
He just jolts up, probably from that dream, as he doesn't like seeing Frederick's image. So he jolts awake, kind of still processing everything he has heard, understanding some bits, but others not so much. So he's just kind of staring in front of himself, trying to piece together what he's just been told.
I'd say for now, since you are sharing a room with Ven, you notice the sudden movement of Ven jumping awake.
Then everything okay? Did something bite you in the bed? I've heard about these weird creatures, bed bugs. Someone mentioned it the other day. Really strange that you have bugs in your beds.
No, I'm okay. Just a weird dream. Hopefully no bed bugs. In this establishment. Have you encountered them yet?
No, no. I heard someone talking about it yesterday. They were saying they had bed bugs. It's nasty,
Yeah, no,
nasty.
no.
We don't let fish sleep in our beds.
Well, I don't think people let them, but yeah, no. No bugs in the bed. All good.
Ah, good.
Just your dreams. Happens.
Well,
Anyways, we should probably get ready for the day.
yes, yes. Hopefully we can take your mind off whatever was disturbing you in the night.
Yeah, hopefully. Had a big mission today. I'm still not clear on what exactly our plans are for tonight.
To be honest, I don't really know
Need to
either.
follow-
We did a lot of exploring yesterday. We could be doing more of that. I'm sure Thodain has something planned. I'm sure he'll tell us what he wants us to do.
Well, I
Try to
think
be
we're
a
supposed
priest.
to help him clear his sister's name, if you remember.
Well, yeah, I remember that, but that's the general thing that's going on. I don't know if that's today specifically or over the course of the next few days.
Yes, tonight.
Oh, it's
I think we're supposed
tonight.
to do a stealth mission of some kind.
The stealth mission. We can do that. Yes. All right, on it.
It's coming out of your pay. It's coming out from your pay.
Checking if like Nell's like hangover or something. You know, just like a little tilt of the head, like, did he? Is he hangover? Is he recovering?
I don't think
Squint
Fennel
in
had
the
much to drink
arse.
last night. Pretty sure it was just, in the joy of exploring a new city, you just kind of forgot a little bit about the more immediate tasks that are coming up.
Right. Oh, let's get to it then. Let's meet up with the others.
Okay. It is very, very early in the morning as you had planned to go down to the suburbs, the kind of dodgier districts of Alakshayr before the sun had risen to find any people down on their luck. The kind of the rags of the city, the rats that live down inside, you try and find them. That was the idea. That was the plan for this morning. You woke up early, went to bed quite early as well, just to prepare for this mission. So as you guys wake up, you begin to head out and find the rest of your party. Before then, still in this large sauna, as it's still pitch black outside, there is only faint lights here and there. We're going to focus on Sienna momentarily. Sienna, as you had slept this evening, you had the liquid, this metallic liquid that was given to you by Deplore when you were aboard the ship. You have yet to attune
Yes.
to it. Do you wish to this night?
Yeah.
Okay. You essentially hold it corked in a bottle that you've just had it kind of sitting in. You hold it in your hand as you uncork it and just keep it close as you sleep. Your sleep is the same as it always is, dreams coming back and forth. Nothing really tangible, just the odd nightmare here, pleasant dream, nothing memorable. But something laid within those dreams is a coldness. You feel a shudder down your body, and at one point, it gets overly cold, like your teeth are almost like that metallic sensation is washing down your mouth, and you feel it against your teeth, like silver against your teeth. And then you feel that coldness focus in a specific area. Where does it focus?
It focuses along her wrists, like braces, or like cuffs, depending on who views it. But they're not connected, so it's one around one wrist and then another half around the other.
Okay. So you feel that cold touch rime down your body, wriggle its way through, and eventually splits and focuses in two areas against your wrists. And that coldness is bitter, but then it grows warm and very pleasant. You wake up after this pleasant wave of warmth covers you, and you look down towards your wrists, and you can see the entire, almost near your thumb down to the half section of your arm. You find it completely covered in this silver metallic substance. No longer your natural skin, but rather a metallic sheen that shines and is kind of present there. Same on the other as well. Almost acting as like bracelets, bracelets, bucklers. They form and shift to have a different sort of design as to your wish. And I'll send you the item now.
Perfect.
What does Sienna do when she wakes up with this now attached to her body?
She's probably like a bit hesitant to like it's the first time she's really interacted with a very magical item. So she's a bit hesitant. She essentially flexes her hands a bit, flexes her arms, and tries to figure out exactly how it works, what it does. And so she essentially spends a few minutes, maybe 30 minutes, almost meditating on the ground, trying to figure out how to be comfortable with this new addition to her body, essentially.
Okay.
Making them grow a bit, making them stretch over her fingers, making them retract, making them take on different shapes.
As you go through these different shapes, the liquid just morphs around your hands and becomes different items and utensils that you begin to think of. The first things that kind of come to mind is like a spoon, and you see a silver spoon just appear in your hand, and then you think of something defensive, and it shifts, and both of your braces turn into these silver shields in both sides. They ting against each other with a strength to them that is almost magical in how they do not scratch, no imperfections against them. It seems that these are well trained shields, and you change the design of them. You make one resemble more of a Moradin insignia. You make one that seems more plain in design. And you go back and forth, just practicing this element that you've learnt. Remind me, Thorn and Sienna, the two of you are sharing a room, correct?
Yes.
Thorn, you watch as Sienna is kind of going through this process. I have to ask this question because I don't want to assume. Is Thorn a classic teenager who does not want to wake up when it is that early in the morning?
Yes, she
Okay.
is 100%.
Are you even awake? I'm not being loud. Are you even awake?
I think just like the naturalness. When we share a room, we know when the other is awake sometimes, especially in the morning.
Mhm.
So because like Tiana probably works out in the morning, she's probably used to that. And so she just wakes up, turns over, just very like groggy, even though she doesn't have hair, bedhead, just like not not fully there. She's like,
Mhm.
what the fuck are you doing?
She just makes the metal form like a thumbs up and also does it with her hands and it's like, I'm trying up to the boy I got. Isn't it fun?
As she's doing that, the little lantern that she has by her side to kind of illuminate her surroundings out, annoying you by turning all the lights on, it reflects in the silver, and it's like, blinding you with your groggy eyes.
Sorry, love. Sorry. You need me to be quieter.
I don't like it. And then she just pulls the covers over her head and goes back to sleep.
Okay. Well, since you're all kind of readying as the morning is just about to encroach, it's still dark outside. The sun isn't yet to set for another few hours, rise rather, in a few hours. So you still have quite a while of investigating to do. But you all arise and begin to meet up in the main hallway outside of the spa. At this night, It is empty. There's no one out and about. It is about 3 a.m. in the morning. It is a strange time to be awake. This building itself, the sauna and spa area, completely closed, and you can only see a couple of people kind of walking the night shift, cleaning, preparing everything for when the morning arises. And as you're kind of walking past, Sienna, you notice the large Goliath, the kind of main proprietor, the owner, the representative of this spa that your parents own. And you see he's kind of in a looser gown, not as formal or tucked in. He's kind of loosened up a little bit as he's kind of helping prepare for the morning. He sees you approach. Quite an early start.
Oh, yes, we've got work to do. It's quite exciting. It's my first day on a new job. I always like those. Everything, do you have everything covered over here? Do you need any help?
No, I don't need any help. But thank you very much, Sienna. I did want to find you a bit later on. I was going to wait until you arose, but I guess now is a better time than any. We have received word that your parents will be arriving tomorrow evening. I had mentioned to them that you were here upon your arrival to check if what you said was true, that you are a Yarrow. I apologize if this was an unwise decision. I know some people like to...
Perfectly fine.
Okay.
Great! Thank you. Thank you for informing me. I'll make sure to meet them. Did they mention when they would be arriving?
There is no set time yet.
Okay.
Because it is quite a special occasion to have several Yarrow here in Alakshayr, we had prepared a small private get-together for the Yarrow family. We hoped that you would join us, perhaps.
Right. I'm currently traveling with several friends. Let me just check in real quick. I'll be right back. Yes, give me just a minute.
All right.
And she's gonna go back over to the others where they probably waited.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys want to meet my parents? Apparently they're gonna be here in the city and well, obviously they're going to be staying at their resort. Wouldn't make sense for them to say otherwise. Do you want to meet them?
Are we all there?
Thodain's the only one who isn't there.
Okay.
Yeah, of course. Why not?
Yeah, love to meet them.
I think
Right.
Thorn gives Sienna like a look. Not
yes,
like
Sienna's also constantly glancing at Thorn like she's trying to focus
Well,
on not
she-
being
And
bitch
Al
eyes.
and Ben are like glancing between the two. I'm like, is this gonna be a battlefield? Are we gonna have to sneak out again?
Both
Preparing
finished it.
invisibility.
and the look that Thorn is giving Sienna is more of just like concern for her because she seems very like uncomfortable, I'd say. So she's just like, "Are you all right?"
I would say they are amalgams, so if you've had like bad experiences with them or something, better to get that out of the way now rather than you'd be surprised later on when you see them. So yeah, upon getting no visual reactions, Jenna's just going, okay, right, great, then I'll tell them to make it a larger gathering, I guess. And then with like last glance at Thor, like, you sure?
You don't seem fine with this.
No, I am fine with it. I'm excited to see them again.
Inside check. Hold on, I gotta pull up my sheet.
Well, what do we need to know about your parents, Sienna?
They are very independent people, very successful. They've built their entire empire by themselves. Really, really inspirational, you could say. Yes, inspirational people. Yeah, you're not getting shit. Sienna's hyped.
I mean, I was gonna say it, but thank you for saying it for me.
Yeah, you don't read anything in on Sienna.
Okay.
The liar of the group.
Wait,
I was-
9's not higher than 22? Oh shit, I've got maths wrong.
No, I was about to say, wow, is Sienna hiding her feelings? I was like, I can't.
Yes!
I can't talk at all.
She's got training and. Okay.
Okay. Thorn is just like, I mean, sure, if you're comfortable with it.
I mean, it's really about if you're comfortable with it, considering,
It's
I
your
talked to you
parents.
literally 2 nights ago. I know, but still, if you're uncomfortable, then you're uncomfortable. You don't have to come.
We'll see how the day goes. Whose dog was that?
Whose dog was that? It was a dog.
It's a dog outside of my window. If I close the window, it's gonna get way too hard. I can not tell the dog to shut up. I'm sorry.
I
You
thought no
see,
dogs were allowed in the resort.
Yeah, the Goliath begins to run around. What is that doing here? Get out of here! Shoot! Ah, we're gonna need to clean. Ah.
It's a druid who's staying at the resort who sleep wild shapes.
Thorn just says to Sienna, let's just see how the mission goes, and then. But I'm not gonna tell you not to go see your parents.
No, of course not. I have to see them. I mean, it's a family reunion. I think you have to go to those things. But you guys don't have to come along. Like,
what's a family reunion?
It's like where you go to fancy dinner with your parents. You wouldn't.
Yeah.
You're gonna get it eventually.
What's a parent?
Yeah, I was teetering on the edge of saying that.
Fennel is the best rogue. Thorn is the edgiest rogue.
I'll take it. It ain't wrong. It's true.
So Sienna,
I'm the
it's
worst.
like leaving that awkward pause and then turning around, going back to the Goliath.
Yeah, he's now cleaning up some leftover remains.
Oh boy. Right. So if it could be arranged, could you seek for more people doing that dinner with my parents? Because I am traveling with friends, and I would love for them to meet them.
Well, of course, I wouldn't have thought otherwise. Excellent. Then we will have your parents, and I believe Theo is also in Alakshayr. He should be joining us as well.
Amazing.
Who's that?
I didn't know that. And then she just says a head count. So yeah, I'm bringing 4 other people. So just.
All right. Very well.
Okay. Perfect.
Well, enjoy your day and your job. Good luck.
Thank you.
He's
I
now on
hope you
his
don't have to
knees.
I hope you don't have to deal with much more of that. Again, if you need any help, yeah, tell me. I can help out.
Service with the smiles, This is my job.
Oh, I know. That sounded rude. I mean, I know because I've done service. It doesn't. Okay. I'm just talking myself deeper into it. So,
As you begin to say,
I hope there's no more complications.
As you say you've done it, he kind of like looks at you for a moment, and pretty much all of you there can notice like a hint of, oh really? You know what it's like?
There's a brief brief flash of hurt across your face, like, why would I lie about that? But then she's like, okay.
I think Thorn just pulls away, like, yeah, we got work to do. Come on.
Yeah. He thinks I'm mean. He thinks I'm so arrogant.
Don't need to hurt him.
I just made an enemy.
Your boss thinks you like. What? He said that.
Going to the boss, Thodain. Thodain, you've woken up a little bit earlier to prepare your bits, ready your things. And as you're kind of doing all of this work, you can see Snow Bear in the corner, just kind of like not moving. He's just there. It's very weird seeing a teddy bear who has consciousness now like left strode on like furniture just as though he's dead. But you see he's just kind of like laying there in different poses. You collect your things And as you're ready to head out, leaving Snowbow behind to help with your assistant, you see a light of red crimson through the gap in your window between the curtains, shines through like spotlight. It is a faint red light, and yeah, you just see that shining.
Okay, can I take a closer look at it, try and find what it is?
Sure. You approach, pull the curtains back, and you can see the light seems to be emanating from the entranceway of your shop. See at the very bottom, there is the origin point of this red light, and you can see that there is a body within that light, like the silhouette of someone standing there. You see, as even before you had kind of drawn the window, the curtains, and looking through, there is something in the light looking up towards you, humanoid in depiction.
Can I make out any details, or is it just that, like, the light's too bright, so it's kind of obscuring it?
Roll a perception check as you're trying to look through the shining light. Okay. From what you can tell, now that your eyes are focused through the light, you can see that in the center of it, illuminating, is a person, a humanoid depiction, it seems, of someone made out of jagged, sharp stone. You see, like, cracked skin tones, but it's all of a red mesa sort of stone, jagged with spikes appearing towards the shoulders, around the arms. Their features are very angular, very strong. You can see a strong jawline at the front, spikes on the head that kind of rise upwards and create almost a crown looking design, but instead of opening up in a circular fashion, they split outwards to the sides, giving them this very kind of unique silhouette. Again,
So-
very angular.
So fairly punk rock.
Yeah, sure, yeah. On the back of this entity, you see that there is wings that seem to be kind of made of the same stonework, rise outwards, jagged as they are, but like the bones of the wings and no feathers or anything around them. You just see the kind of bridge that creates the top arching over and kind of hanging loosely to the side. His eyes are somewhat black in color, and he's kind of looking up to you with this just still expression.
Gonna hold up one finger, like, as in 1 minute, like that.
Uh-huh.
And I'm gonna grab the gun, and I'm gonna
Mhm.
have it like behind my back, and I'm going to go downstairs and open the door.
Okay, you head down to the door, open the door, and you can see the silhouette of this person in front of you. He stands at probably about 7 foot or so, so he's quite tall in comparison to yourself, and you're having to look up as you can see now the stonework of his body is that of a statue, yet there are clothes draped in the same fashion as the skin tone, as though he has been carved with the clothing set in there, wearing this kind of makeshift ensemble of a very high and noble individual with robes and kind of a very well presented exterior. But you can also see that there is this element of a fighter, a warrior etched in there, couplings of metal surrounding different parts of their body. But they, stand there with a very strong presence. Roll a religion check for me.
Okay. Religion. 13.
Okay. Depicted on the sides, near the kind of upper half of the shoulder, you see that there is almost etched in symbols of some sort of deity. Looking at them, you can clearly see that this is an image of almost like a soaring angel of sorts, human body flying up to the sky with their wings etched out side to side, a profile. that seems to be etched on each side of the shoulders. The insignia itself represents Grumsh, a god of the pantheon, known as the Oathkeeper. Grumsh is also known as a god of destruction as well. As he stands there before you, he has his eyes trained. Is this Thodain Neath?
Yes, it is. How can I help you?
Well, I thought it'd be prevalent for me to finally meet you somewhat face to face. My name is Judge Ilrathi. I am Oathkeeper and Executioner of those who impede righteous causes. I have some dealings with your sister. You had attempted to contact her a while back, and I interfered in the transmission.
Yeah, I recall that. Now, again, how can I help you?
I wanted to make sure that you received the letter that I had left.
Not quite a requirement for an in-person visit, that though, is it?
I'm not here in person. This is
You've
an
sent-
illusion.
You've sent something. Now, I doubt you'd go through that just to make sure I received a letter, considering it's a lot more simple and less audacious ways of getting in touch.
You are right. As job, I am judge and executioner. I am not jury. I listen to the people around, and a decision is met by my hand. But I don't come here with ill intent. I have no bias. I come here because there is a friend that I have. And my friend has asked me to give you an audience. Time to elaborate your side of the story. Korthag Brighthearth is a brave man, and he has given you a chance to speak at my side, to try and tempt and save your sister's soul.
This is going to be probably a role that isn't going to work. I would like to insight check that,
Okay, yeah.
specifically for lies.
Go for it.
Because of the subclass, that means advantage, but it also means that I don't pick up anything else about intent, right?
This will be detecting the words that he's telling you and whether there is any sort of lies or hidden truths in what he's saying.
Okay, right. Sweet. Oh, wow.
He is, for all intents and purposes, a statue who should be impossible to read.
Yeah.
And a person in his status has a very strong will to hide their own intentions, but just like a statue, it has cracks, and you see through those cracks. And you notice that he speaks with earnest, and he is giving you this chance to try and save your sister. There's no cynicism, there's no skeptical air, because all of that has been cleared out by Korthak. And you have the chance to swindle this person's idea and judgment. As you kind of read that, you see he says, I've heard that you are an investigator. There have been many that have tried to follow up on your sister's case. But they've all failed and brought no evidence to save her. Korthak thinks that you can. And although I cannot halt proceedings until you find something. If you find something, I can give you the chance to save her. You have a couple of weeks, 13 days from now until she is put to trial. Come and find me before then.
Will do. Appreciate the visit and the candor. I'll be... As soon as I've got the evidence, I'll be there as quick as I can. And don't worry, I'll be saving the dramatics for when it's less important, so it won't be on at the last minute.
He takes us straight back. I take that as an oath. And you see a slight smile at the side of his face. And with that, the light just fades away further and further, and he completely vanishes from sight. And you're left there just by yourself.
It's at the moment they're gone, Thodain's just going to grasp the door frame and go, "What the fuck?" Okay, that was important. Snow, were you listening?
You see Snow up in the window, and he's pulled out your gun, and he's just kind of like holding it there at the top, shaking.
It's Tom and Jerry when Jerry's got the goddamn gun. Just... right, yeah.
Don't worry, Thodain, I wasn't going to let him take you.
Yeah, you know what? Appreciate the energy. Good energy. We'll keep that up. That was a terrifying but ultimately good sign. We've got the judge is willing to let us submit evidence directly. That's yeah. No, we can make use of that. Once everyone's here, we're gonna. I'm gonna have to start cracking the whip a bit. This just got a bit more. It's not just us now, is it?
Sorry, I can't really hear you from up here. I'm gonna come down. Don't like shouting.
He comes down.
What did you say?
Horse shit, you don't like shouting, for one. Right. We've got... That was the judge who's presiding over Kiv's case. They are going to let us submit evidence directly. This isn't just we've got to find it and hope someone will listen now. That's a big hurdle out of the way. That being said, 13 days, and I may have just made a promise that we're not going to leave it to the last minute while I was being a bit cocky there. So we're going to have to crack the whip a bit. So once everyone's here, we'll explain the plan a bit more. I don't think I was... Admittedly, I just got the info last night, so... I'm going to need you here, and I want you to go through any records, files, go through my blackmail folder on anything you can find on that mentions Dursk, while the rest of us go out into the sea.
You got it, BFF.
Gonna let you have that one. It's been a weird day already, might as well embrace the energy.
Will I also get a hug?
Yeah, fine here. Just give him a quick hug with a couple of pats on the back. Right.
You got
Also
it today. Now I'll be sure to find any dirt on this Dusk. From dusk
Dirt-
till dawn.
Dursk Littlefinger, priest of Evandra. Also, I'm going to need the gun back.
Really?
Yeah. So you don't have fingers to fire it. You know, you just got stubs.
All right.
And he hands it over to you.
It's quite heavy.
Yeah, no, it really is. Yeah.
All right. I'll be on it with Samara.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, I trust you do a good job. And now I've got to go set up a disguise. Just imagine the bat symbol with just disguise room instead.
Okay, now as that Batman in and out focus takes place, You all find yourselves returning back to Thodain's shop. After having walked the streets of Alakshayr at night, most of it pretty much empty from what you could tell. And arriving at his shop, you can see he's preparing some outfits for those of you who will be in disguise. So I leave the planning up to you guys. You go ahead and tell me what you're doing.
Right. Okay, everybody. First of all, sorry that I sprung it all on you yesterday. I literally got the information and then let you know we need to get working on it. So here's the situation. We've got 13 days until Kiv's trial is due to end, and all things considered, chances are the sentence would be carried out immediately. So we don't have a whole lot of time. Now, back in Trasvalar, I had a couple of conversations with, well, the head honcho over there. Also, your sister, Sienna, lovely lady. The person who presented a lot of the evidence against my sister, who, if anyone's unclear, was accused of very, very particular brands of heresy / technically terrorism. Is that a word in this setting?
Yes.
Sometimes it isn't in a fantasy setting. I just had to check. Yeah. And, well, frankly, Kiv would never do that. Now, the person who presented a lot of this information is a man called Dursk Littlefinger, one of the priests, I think, head priest of Avandra. Now, if I'm right and he's not on the up and up, there is absolutely no way he'd let Kiv go unwatched while the sentencing is taking place here rather than Trasvalar. Now, the best way for a priest of Avandra to have someone watched is to have priests of Avandra do it while doing their regular thing. With that in mind, my plan is for us to go into some of the less affluent areas of the city and try and get information. I think some of us would be good to go more disguises, and some to just be out and about. Now, Sienna, you're typically like, if it does come to a fight, I'd say you would be the muscle. But how are you with like disguises or being sneaky?
I'm decent. I had to do some sneaking around doing my old job, but not a whole lot. So I'd say I'm decent.
Well, with that, I've got one of two things for you. You can either help with the goal would be for some of us to dress up like we're on particularly bad run of luck and try and get the attention of a priest and see if they've got like something like a hostel or a place for them to stay. You know, basically a place where they're set up, because anything that they've got is likely to be there. We could either get you a disguise as well, or in case things go south, some of us have weapons that nobody who is in that situation would carry. Like, you wouldn't find a beggar with a gun. So either would you want help on that side of things, or would you rather have basically carry a lot of the stuff that we wouldn't, so that if everything goes south, we're not going to be caught unawares?
I think I prefer that, yes. Keeping watch of everybody sounds a bit better than having to rely on my lying, because it's not the best.
Okay, above table bullshit. But
Look, one is Sienna lying, one is Leonie lying. Okay, there's a difference.
I meant the 22 just now.
Yeah, the roll earlier was very out of character.
But yeah, that aside, excellent. So if anybody has more conspicuous weapons, we'll put them on this table here. Now, then, I believe me and you are better at what I like to call social stealth. As in, we're good at the conversation, hiding in a conversation, blending in the crowd, and filling a role Fawn and Fennell, I think you're better at just actually not being seen. Is that about right?
Makes sense.
Okay. With that, I still want you two to get disguises, but I'd want you to be moving around more. Trying to pick up what you can. Not necessarily getting involved in conversation. If you feel you can do that, go for it. I'm going to leave it up to your judgment. But ideally, I'd want you guys to be more mobile. Me and Ven, however, we're going to try and get the priest's attention ourselves and try and convince them that we need the help, and then find out what we can from them directly.
I can also make someone invisible for an hour. If that's.
I think I might have that as well, actually. Don't have it prepared, but I've got some stuff that is good when we're a bit closer. If anyone needs hit points, I've got a spell to give you temporary ones, and I can heal now, guys. We're not fucked if we get in a fight.
We have a healer.
Can heal.
Above table, I took motivational speech, the spell. It only lasts an hour, but I can give us temporary hit points if we have a minute before a fight. So, that's more so everyone knows, as well as the viewers. Just so it doesn't look like we're pulling spells out of thin air. We crack this shit.
Sure.
And
wait, guys, we do.
And yes, Marani, we've established last time that my body inspirations take the form of dad compliments.
No.
Dad
compliment.
Oh god.
You're doing great, champ.
I believe in you, kiddo.
Roughs up.
I'm going to be sounding like either a dad or it's going to just go into full-on handsome Jack from Borderlands. No, that wasn't arrogance.
Handsome Jack. Jack, you can't say that. You can't say those words.
But he's a good villain, and also I am rather handsome, you bastard.
He is. Don't tell him he's not handsome, Max.
Oh, thank you, Leonie. That felt
His
genuine.
eyes are only on
you
Frey.
cheating on me?
Sorry, guys.
Anyway, so with that, I've got, as you can see, I've got a decent disguise room here. Thank you for allowing that previously, Max.
Mm-hmm.
Now, first of all, we want to make ourselves look a bit mucked up. It's not fun, but we've got makeup to do that rather than just having to throw dirt on our faces, so it could be worse. Does Fennell have facial hair?
No.
Okay. Can Fennell grow facial hair? I don't know how Tritons work.
Are we asking the question if Tritons have body hair?
Max,
Try
Max, do
to
Tritons have
anatomy.
body hair?
I mean,
Well-
They have fucking hair, so what do you expect?
Okay!
Well, yeah.
I mean,
There's plen-
depends where they live. If they live in colder waters, then yeah, they could have hair. But if
I
they live in
don't-
warmer waters,
Why
they
do
don't
you
need
know
it.
that?
You know
Because
what?
that's
Why
how
do you
animals
know that?
work. That's how water mammals work.
I mean, I'm just going to point out, have you ever tried to clear out, like, I've gone swimming in the ocean. Have you ever tried to clear out salt water from a beard? It's the worst.
Well,
If
don't
evolution
forget,
decided
Air.
we're going to spare you that, I'd be all for it.
don't forget. Normally, he's in the water all the time.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to clear it out.
There's no clearing out.
He's in there every time.
Yeah, okay. Right.
He's
I'll
just
just get to the...
consistently moist, guys. It's fine.
No. no. Let's
Robbie,
not make
no.
that
Oh
canon.
boy,
Let's not
okay.
make that canon.
We're sending Robbie to the timeout chat.
What the hell?
Anyway,
Robbie's going to body jail.
the reason I asked, can you grow a beard, because they're not going to believe that you're clean shaven. So we can like use a bit of makeup, maybe get a fake one to look like you got a scraggly beard. Is what
Well,
I'm saying.
I definitely can't
You can
grow
get a
one.
fake beard.
I definitely can't grow one in the next few hours.
Like I said,
We can
I've
glue one on.
got stuff to do that. I'm not sure I'll have one in your colour ring because you got blue hair. I have black hair.
That sounded. You got in the corner now.
Why would I have a blue beard?
We can say
Why
my.
wouldn't you? This is Fantasyland. Also, his hair is like a dark green.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. I'm shit with colours, guys.
The Dane's colorblind, guys.
I only
That
see
would be horrible
height.
for a detective.
I
Imagine someone
see-
tells you, oh yeah,
No,
they were wearing
but-
a red jacket, and then you go around looking for someone who's wearing a green jacket or something. That would be horrible.
You in the purple jacket, he says to someone wearing yellow.
I'll put on
anyway.
the hood. We'll put on a fake beard and I'll put on a hood.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
We can dye
So-
a bit.
I don't think I'd have that, to be honest. I get most of the disguise stuff I have. All the disguises I have would be for Thodain.
Okay,
So-
that's fair.
There's going to be some limitations on that. I'm
There's
Matt said that
also-
I have a room, and I'm trying not to abuse that.
Samara did also give you some, like, because she used to work in theatre. She's got a few extra costumes that she's just thrown in there as well. So there is like some colourful stuff there. It's not just things for Thodain size. It's a bit of a mixture. So anything that you're
Yeah.
looking for, you can kind of piecemeal together, and maybe a check for it. The more outlandish it is, or the more
Mhm.
specific. But
Yeah.
it's all
Well-
there available.
Well, Sienna's getting very simple. She's just gonna wrap her sword so it isn't as flashy, and then she's probably gonna grab a coat that's slightly darker than her usual color tone so she doesn't stand out as much. Because she's
I've-
typically dressed in like beige and light browns, and now she's just
Yeah.
thrown over like a dark
Uh,
brown or black coat.
100%. There's
done.
definitely like a heavier cloak if you just wanted to have something that covers your body so you can hide all the weapons.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
Sword's still out in the open because I still want to look like I can.
We could
someone up.
probably. I'd imagine Sienna fully keeps the sheath immaculate, like it's very well maintained.
Yes.
How would Sienna feel about making it look dirty?
No. She's
I
good
mean-
with covering she's good with covering it, but you're not
Yeah.
touching my sword.
Okay, there's the line. Okay, we know the line. But yeah, like for one thing that Thodain's definitely gonna do is, and I can do it on camera because beard is this. So that
Okay.
basically my beard's gone from straight down to every which way now. It's this
Scraggly.
is yeah. So it looks like twice as wide now. I don't like doing that. I don't like
I
doing that.
have my Instagram thumbnail. That's I have it.
Amazing.
Perfect. Yes.
I think
But yeah,
Thorn hearing all this, she's like, do I really need to change anything?
No.
I mean, wrinkle a bit more. Yeah, make them look like they've not been folded at all for even longer.
No. Okay. She just wrinkles her
Make it
clothes
look like I
around.
don't wash them once a week.
Yeah, we'll make them look a bit dirtier. That's all we have to do for you because you're dressed like a murder hobo.
Thanks, Mum. Thanks for doing the laundry. Really appreciate
I mean,
it.
is anyone gonna argue that I don't?
No,
No, it's
Sienna
just
does
funny.
everyone's laundry now.
So, like, here's
I feel
the
like
difference
that would
between Sienna and Fawn. Sienna will fold clothes. Fawn will try to fold the clothes while you're still in them.
You are the fault.
Ironing them as she's like wearing them.
Yes. Method of torture.
That's how Fawn does fire damage. Okay.
Right.
Anyway.
Okay.
Perks up. Should I get another disguise then?
Yeah, because you made Ven's current disguise look very, very nice, but it would not fit in where we're going.
Oh, thanks.
She is
Flips
very
hair a
pretty.
little bit. All right then. Any ideas for this next disguise that Max is gonna keep track of again?
I have I have two suggestions.
Write it
One
down.
you might not like. Try and dress like a prostitute.
How does a prostitute dress like?
Corset. You know, basically, I mean,
Not the question you already asked.
No,
Yes, exactly.
What
you
does
know what
It
I.
sound like?
You tell us. You tell us how to pronounce
Wait, I'm also wearing a corset.
Okay, just a corset for one. A looser skirt.
Nothing else.
Have you? Has nobody ever watched a film set in like Italy in the Renaissance? That's
No,
but
this is
what
a character
you
today.
describe it. In character.
okay.
All right then. I could do something like that.
You guys. No, please don't make me have to try and describe what a prostitute looks like.
Hey,
I'm
you
You
started
trust
this.
yourself.
I'm
You
trying to make good disguise choices about getting us banned from Twitch.
Immediately brings up prostitution.
I mean, you can also
Max,
go
I
the
have to ask
opposite
a
way and
quick
dress like a drug
question.
dealer.
You know what, I'm
It's
just
prostitution illegal.
This is where
You-
Jack, to save himself, to save himself, he'll say, "So Max, what does a prostitute look in this world?"
Yeah, you know what, Max? You throw yourself on the altar. You describe a prostitute. Don't describe Frey.
Or we make it easier and then just.
Frey isn't a prostitute, he's just a slut. Come on, let's go with it.
We are so getting cancelled over this episode. Jesus Christ.
Welcome back, everyone.
What the fuck have we all? What have we all drank?
We've all drank from the same Kool-Aid, that's for sure.
Oh
I'm
boy.
gonna actually cry.
Oh dear.
Sorry, Frey.
Oh my
That was mean.
What is
I'm
this
sorry.
like rape shade?
Right.
What
Okay.
did Throw do?
To go back the fuck on track.
He's very committed to his girlfriend as far as we know, okay?
Okay.
We're
So-
so sorry, Frey's girlfriend.
We're very sorry.
Oh, God, imagine this
So,
is the episode
uh,
she chooses to watch.
So, Robbie, think if you've ever again.
I know what you mean. I'm just fucking with you.
Okay, cool, sweet. I don't have to go. I don't have to go any further. For
No,
now,
no, no.
it's fine. Like I'd imagine, just so you can keep the general vibe of your outfit. Find a crappier trench coat because you've got
Well,
a fairly nice embroidered one.
I've got the
Also
midnight cloak.
crappier, implying that he's already cracked.
We're level 5. There's a certain amount of shittiness implied in the outfits.
I will.
But he dresses fancy.
How
though.
dare you? I drew those outfits with everything.
Your art is better than our funds.
That's true. That's a good point.
No, Fennell will lose the colourful clothes that he's got and the jewellery and pack them away somewhere. He's got the midnight cloak, which I think will be fine. He just needs like the rest of it to kind of match in.
I imagine as this is happening, we just hear like some strings, piano, a slight bit of orchestra as Fennell cries, putting all of these lovely things away.
It's the sad hamster meme, just like.
I'll come back for you.
Okay, so you're all pretty much disguised and ready to go at this point. You all have your roles in this. We'll go through one by one to see what your roles are. So, Sienna, you're going to be on watch with everyone's items.
Yes.
Ven and
Trying
Thodain.
to.
Yeah. Go for it.
No, just wanted to say that I want to keep both Van and Thodain in my eyesight if possible.
Yeah.
So I want to essentially be the edgy rogue standing in the corner staring at everyone, but specifically staring
That's
at the two of them.
my job.
Excellent.
Yes,
Okay.
and I get to steal it.
And so, Sienna, you'll be kind of watching from the sidelines as Ven and Thodain go in and begin to mingle. They're the kind of talkers of the group, I imagine. They're the ones trying to like get the information out of the people that you come across, swindle, whatever you're going to try and do. But that's the main intentions there. And then for Thorn and Fennell, the two of you will be sticking to the shadows and pretty much eavesdropping, listening in on conversations, trying to find hidden meaning or offside chats that's going on. Does that sound pretty much it?
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool.
Oh, one last thing. I'd be giving Sienna my gun, but I'd be keeping a dagger because that's a justifiable thing for somebody to have, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd keep a dagger, but leave my light crossbow that I have for whatever reason with Sienna.
I'll say
And I'm
that
trying
Thorn
to hide
has
all of those
really,
underneath the coat.
Thorn has a really hard time giving up any of her weapons.
I think
mean,
you've only,
daggers you can keep.
yeah, you've only got daggers, so I don't think
I have 3
have-
daggers and a sword. Honestly, I looked at my inventory.
I keep forgetting you have a fucking sword, bro.
Just
Maybe
fucking-
Yeah.
No, I don't need it. Do I need to carry the
and
sword?
quarterstaff.
Are you
sorry.
realistically going to need it? We can just leave it at the lanes. Like,
Yeah.
we don't have to take it.
Yeah, I'll leave the quarterstaff. I don't need it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
It's
for-
my job.
for Nell, I don't know what your what the Tridus dagger is. That what it's called?
The
Trident's
trident.
knife.
Trident's knife, yeah, it's a trident.
Yeah, that might stand out a bit.
Well, it's retractable.
But
So really, it's only the
Okay.
size of a head, at the head of it,
Yeah.
which I
okay.
hook on the back.
Yeah, okay,
So,
yeah, I could.
and also he's not supposed to be seen, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's more
Yeah.
if he is, because I wasn't sure on how it looked. If it looks like, if it could conceivably look like somebody broke the head off of a trident and is using it as a knife, then I have no notes.
Yeah, unless the handle comes out, that's probably what it would look like.
Yeah.
All right. Excellent. So you all begin to head your disguises in tow. Are you all leaving together, separately? Are you all meeting at one spot? There's a couple of places to visit. Every kind of main kind of city square, if you want to put it that way, there are different sections of them across the city, has these kind of slums. There's like a lower recessed place in the ground where people and homes kind of live, and there's small little courtyards down there as well, outside of the view of the main city, but there's quite a few of them scattered throughout. Are you all going to be going together as a team to one of them? You're going to spread out to different ones? What's the plan?
I think focus on one, but do a staggered arrival.
Okay.
I'd say let Sienna being like effectively rear guard, maybe arriving with Ven. Have our two rogues go there first, and then I'll come in second.
Wants to be invisible.
My cloak can do that. Give me invisible.
Uh,
Well, we're
hit-
going at night, aren't we, Max? Is the moon out?
You are, yes. So the moon is out.
Yeah. Okay, I can give myself invisibility for an hour.
Hear me out. What about making it Sienna, who's got all of our weapons and might stand out the most?
Sure.
Alright, but it doesn't, mask sound, so you're gonna need to be careful.
I'll be super quiet.
And any kind of
Ching, ching,
attacks
ching, ching,
or
ching.
spells will...
Hold it up
No,
with
I don't even. Wow.
Accidentally fires the gun.
Right. Just so you know, any attacks, any kind of spell you cast will break the spell, so...
Oh, I can't cast any spells.
Well, okay. I'll cast it once we get closer, okay? Just to make sure, how do the people who we're looking for look like?
So, Priests of Avendra, they're a known organization. In my mind, and Max, feel free to correct me if I've misunderstood anything, they would look kind of like they'd be dressed for traveling because they're a nomadic sect, that's the word. But they'd likely have some kind of probably an amulet or something of Avandra on them if they're helping, like giving alms to the poor and all of that.
Which looks like...
That I'm not sure of in this setting. I'm not sure if it's different from the ones I do know.
For Avandra, the kind of insignia that they use is one of a coin, typical demonstration there, but one with an eye in the center. The eye in the center is supposed to represent protection on the road, travel, but the coin is more representative of luck and fate, because on the other side of the coin, it's typically described as some woe, some bad side of luck, the unlucky side, and that has been depicted with many different faces. But for the most part, the lucky side is what's shown, which is a coin with a protective eye. But as well, with their kind of iconography of Avandra, one thing to consider is a lot of their kind of nomadic tribes, some of you may have seen them, some of you may have not, they wear a very unique cloak, one that is almost completely made of gold, and it holds rigid as well. It's not silk, it seems to be like a robe of cloak, a cloak that is made of gold. Holds itself still, doesn't seem to move with the wind, it's just kind of fixed there. It's not like a shiny gold, it's more of like a dull sort of matte coloration to it, but it is this kind of, it stands out from the rest.
Good to know.
Oh, one sec, I've got some of it.
No.
Jank
No.
leaves. So,
Leader of this...
This is his
Dad.
operation.
Dad, come back, Dad!
Oh, quick
Oh,
question,
God.
Max,
I swear to
as
God.
well.
Yes.
Too relatable, huh?
Is prostitution illegal in this town?
It's not a religious city, so I'd say not.
Okay.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Ben won't get arrested.
There are many houses here, and many houses rely on certain specialties. So, specialties like this, yeah, they'll be allowed. This is a place of many things.
Good to know. Good to know.
Houses for the... That's just hilarious.
He's returned. We can stop.
Yeah, so as my neighbour was, so I ran out of electric, and my neighbour gave me £10 worth of credit. I just had to give it back. He just, the landlord swung round today, so I just gave him back a £10 credit card. So yeah, neighbours are nice people. For viewers,
Oh.
get to know your neighbours. They can be
Nice to
awesome.
them.
Yeah.
Now it's you who is ascending, Jag. It's not me this time. What's happening?
You're very brave.
Sorry.
I'm sorry that I'm being happy and generous with the compliments. I'll go back to being miserable.
Shut
I'm sorry
up.
for stealing your stick.
Shut up!
I swear to God, how fucking dare you?
Yeah, how dare you be happy? Get out of no. Okay.
How dare you?
Yeah,
Okay,
This is
calm
not a place
down
of
to our
happiness.
level.
okay, fine.
Economy.
All right, but let's get to it.
All right, so you all begin to head into the thicker areas of the city, where the buildings kind of gather around the most, and the alleyways are slightly more dingy. The city itself, on the outskirts, is a pretty well clean polish, but as soon as you get to the very center of these residential areas, you find that it gets a little bit more dirtier, a little bit more dingy. There aren't as many of these arcane lights that shine around. The power source of the city flows through the streets, through many of the alleyways and many of the buildings, but there's some areas that are slightly darker than others, and those hold some of this kind of some weight there, a bit of ominous as you're walking through. But you go in a staggered formation. Sienna and Van, the two of you, kind of leading the charge up ahead as you're weaving your way through different alleyways, until eventually finding a kind of drop where several staircases from neighboring alleyways kind of begin to descend downwards. And you can see that the buildings themselves kind of are slightly more thinner in some areas, a bit more smaller and squat. You can see doors next to another door. It seems to be like sharing houses between two families in a very small space. This area, as you begin to descend in, is pretty packed. Every so often you're seeing people in the kind of gutter or alleyway just kind of leaning against the side. Some of them asleep since it's still very early in the morning. Others just kind of looking up to you and just kind of staring as you're walking past. Just taking in you as kind of people who perhaps don't belong here, but your disguises are trying to help throw any scent away. Descending further, further, and further, the shining moonlight that you could see once before is now pretty much gone, as you have buildings above you. There are certain areas where, as you descend, you're almost going through tunnels, and you find that the sky above is almost obscured by a bridge that connects with buildings on top of it, interlaced at different levels. And as you continue and continue, there is only now the flicker of natural light, candle light, lanterns that are semi-broken, shattered with a bit of glass scattered on the ground, but they still hold some light to themselves, glowing the interior as you continue. It is getting slightly rougher in its look, and for those of you who aren't used to this sort of environment, it gets a little hairy, because you don't know what to expect. Eventually you see that the stairs opens up into a flattened space, courtyard of sorts, where there are several buildings as well as makeshift tools and implements used to create some sort of playground. Metallic structures that have been used as swings and as kind of makeshift areas for kids to enjoy themselves, as well as benches and chairs here and there laced throughout. You can see in this courtyard where many of the buildings are quite stacked together, but there is clearly one space that is slightly more open. And you can see there several large tents, some big, huge, some small and tiny. Some people sleep on these streets without anything covering them. And down here, as you descended lower, you can see it gets quite cold. The further down you go, the colder it seems to have gotten. And you find now that bitter cold beginning to creep in for those of you who aren't really kind of covered in heavy, thick clothes. But you can see that there's a large amount of people around here. Some people looking around, see you approach, and you begin to hear them almost crawling their way to you. Excuse me, do you have a coin to spare? I just need something to tie over. Just a small copper piece, please. Anything.
To who specifically?
Sienna's already invisible at this point, right?
Yeah.
I would have made her invisible
Okay.
at this point.
So it'd be
But I
approaching
want to
you
get the
then.
money.
Me? Oh, lovely. She's gonna look in her bag, pull out, like 5 copper pieces,
Mhm.
and it.
You hand it over. As soon as you kind of hand out the 5 copper, you see he takes it in his hand, holds it tight, and looks up to you. Ah, thank you. And he begins to look around. As now you've noticed, handing him this coin from the other alleyways around, you watch as the flickering bits of light that are here have illuminated several eyes that kind of look and kind of watch. You feel perhaps 10 other people malnourished in the same kind of state as he's in, kind of looking forward and watching like animals towards the two of you.
Spend it well.
I will. And you see he begins to kind of slowly walk away, daintily footsteps. And as he goes further away, you see some of these other people in the alleyway either begin to emerge and somewhat follow behind, or you see them completely disappear and try and sneak around through the shadows.
I'm
You're
gonna try and keep an eye on their movement as best as I can.
okay. Just roll a perception check, Sienna.
Yeah, thinking this is fantasy New York, now it's fantasy San Francisco.
God.
Oh, god damn it. 6.
You begin to kind of watch on and see this all take place, but you notice that this part of the city is rife with this sort of behavior. On occasion, you watch as someone seems to walk into another person's tent and then walk out with a bundle of like cloth in their hand and just begin to kind of sneak away. There is thieving and many other things happening in these parts. And handing this person coin has perhaps put a target on his back, no matter how good a deed it may have been. But you continue. And then you are the first to arrive. What would you like to do?
Would you say Ben would be familiar with these kinds of area? Not in this particular city, but like this type of
Environment?
activity? Yeah.
Um, Depends. Maybe not proficient, like an expert, but he's probably had dealings in these sorts of areas. Yeah. Seeing as it's so dark and dingy in these parts, you are seeing the shadows flicker more so than even before when you had a strong connection with your shadow friends. You can see they are more present than ever.
Interesting. Okay. He's gonna slightly separate from Thodain. Try to find some area where like a lot of people would pass by, perhaps.
Okay.
But like still kind of be slightly in the shadows, let's say.
Okay. Then from you, I'll ask a stealth check. Yeah, go on.
I don't know if he's trying to hide necessarily.
This is more for you blending in with the surroundings.
Oh,
So it's going to be a stealth check and a performance check as well. I just want to see the stealth check first.
fuck.
Okay. And a performance, please.
Oh my fucking
Oh,
god.
no. We have to
Today
do
is
better.
not my day.
We have to do better.
Oof.
This
Trips
already
immediately.
All right.
But
Tiefling
listen,
down. Tiefling down.
Jack, why did you roll that nat 20? Because we are fucked. We are fucked.
Relax,
Well
guys. I can
I'm
recover.
I'm sorry for managing to cold read a fucking statue.
I mean-
Let me have that.
To be fair. No, I'm not gonna say this. This is gonna sound so sad.
No,
I'm gonna type it to you, man.
That's just not.
This is also, it's not my fault. This is very much on brand for us. You've played our past sessions.
Yeah. Then you find the kind of busiest crowd of people moving back and forth. You see as you're kind of trying to find a place for you to kind of sit and listen and talk. You find a group of individuals, not well washed, not well kept, and they're all kind of sniggering to each other as you begin to approach. Upon approach, you see they kind of stop and then look to you. Hello, friend. Can I help you with anything?
Just looking for a good spot to have fun around here.
Ah, to have fun? Well, we may be able to help you there, can't we, boys? You see all of them begin to snigger to themselves. Ah, what's in it for us?
A good time.
Unfortunately, you're not really my type. But I saw that you have a bit of coin. Maybe you could share with some friends.
How can I know if I can trust you?
They all begin to snigger to themselves, laughing. Well, that's the problem, friend. How can we trust you?
Fair point. Ven pulls out a copper coin, but he doesn't give it yet.
Mm-hmm. Oh, please, you handed 5 of those out to the other man over there. A death sentence, if you ask me.
It's a generous tip from a customer. Don't have that much on me though.
A customer. Oh. Have fun, then.
What's your name, if I may know at least?
Shig.
Shig. Well, alright then. See you around, Shig. Winks. And
Wait a minute. What are you gonna do with my name?
Where's it?
just gives him a wink as he's walking away.
No. And at this point, you hear him just kind of like snap his fingers, and the others that were sat with him begin to walk up alongside you. Where do you think you're going? You can't just ask for my name and then walk off. I don't like that.
Something important about your name?
Well, it's all I have. So to besmirch it would be difficult to swallow for you.
I would never. Just wanted to know your name.
And what's your name, darling?
Vanessa.
Vanessa. Okay. Well, Vanessa. What is it you want? I've not seen you around here.
New to town. But same as you. Coin. You know. trying to get by.
And how much coin do you need? Everyone has a goal. How much do you need?
Kind of leans forward slightly. Not in his face to intimidate him, but like, you know, make him uncomfortable maybe.
Mm-hmm.
How much do you think I need or want?
Roll an intimidation check.
Okay, you got
That
this.
wasn't intimidating, to be fair, but more like trying to get him to be flustered. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Please, thank you.
You see, he kind of swallows his words as he was about to say something. Well, if you're in need of a job and you don't want all of the messy business that seems to be your expertise, there's always something else out there.
Something else?
A lovely lady like yourself wouldn't be walking around a place like this if they weren't prepared for the worst.
You have a sharp eye.
And you don't really hide yourself too well. Now, there's more to you than you say there is. Would you like a job?
What kind?
Well, you like to get down and dirty. There's some jobs that are quite filthy and that need someone with an open mind and goals. Lots of them. How desperate are you?
Depends how much coin is in question. And how dangerous is it?
If you're worried about your life, you clearly aren't desperate.
Well, I wouldn't risk my life for 1 copper.
It definitely isn't 1 copper. This is the big leagues. This will get you off the streets and you'll be doing business with the highest of highs. Or you could just stay down here and continue whatever you do in those alleyways. I don't want to pry.
Tell me more then. I'm curious.
He begins to explain. But before we continue, we're going to go to Thodain. Thodain, you arrive at the same time as you see Ven discussing and talking with this group. What would you like to do?
Want to first of all like quickly survey the place, just kind of get a read for like is like how many people are any in like particular groups, and of course, do I see anybody wearing the cloak you mentioned before?
Yeah, sure. I'll ask you to do an investigation check as you're surveying the area.
26.
Okay, 26. Looking around, you find some of the nooks and crannies where there aren't people in them. Perfect lookout points, and you place yourself there for a moment, just looking around, and your eye captures this kind of flicker. The lighting in this space is different intensities of soft and a hard orange glow, firelight. But there's, in that kind of reddish hue, brownish red, you do see on occasion this yellowish gold flicker as the light refracts off of something with a gold presence. You follow up, linger your way through, and can see one of these large cloaks, still in its design, like it's been warped and held there in place, like it's mid billow, completely cast in gold. The rest of the ensemble, a hood that rises upwards, a long robe underneath, as you see this figure hunched down and speaking to three individuals who seem as the same as everyone else here. You see they look up with this kind of eye of glee and glamour as they are being preached by this person, it seems. A hand is being brought down from this priestly figure and holding their hands. And you see at some points the hand brushes past their hair and conversations are being had. Do you want to grow closer? Are you stealthing? Are you just watching from afar? You tell me.
How far away exactly are they right now?
Would say at this point they're about 40 feet away, but they're speaking in like hushed tones.
Okay. I just had a bit of a stupid idea, but it could really help. Is there like with that? I want to keep in mind where they are, but is there somewhere I can duck behind real quickly? Because I just thought of something to add to a disguise that wouldn't have flown when I was with the group.
Yeah, certainly. You kind of
Okay.
like, you're in this nice alleyway, which is hidden away. You turn back in momentarily and enact this plan.
Okay, cool. I want to take my knife. I want to slice my hand. I want to bloody the fuck out of my shirt.
Okay. You just begin to rub it in. I'd need you to roll a d4.
Yep, no worries. 1.
Okay, you take 1 point of damage as you just slash into yourself and begin to smear the blood into your chest.
Okay, sweet. And then I want to position myself like around the corner of where he is. If I can listen in, great. But that the priority here is trying to make myself look a bit injured, quite bloodied and miserable. Ideally, in a position where after he's done there, he's going to see me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so you position yourself around the corner for when they arrive. You hear the conversation continue, and at one point, this priestly figure begins to kind of stand up and pull his arms away as they begin to turn and walk back, saying a last farewell to these three, who seem to have been maybe enlightened by something they said. This priestly figure walks up to you, was intending to walk past, but then sees you kind of reaching to your chest, slightly bloodied, and you watch as they kneel down to you and place a hand on your chest. You see, as the cloak is kind of billowing there, the hood is still made of cloth, same as the rest of the robes. It's just this kind of back part, the cloak itself, that's just solid in gold. They pull the hood backwards, and you can see a elven woman, maybe in her 50s or so, slight wrinkles along the side of the eyes, crow's feet, and with silvery hair that is tumbled backwards and tucked behind the cloak. As she's kind of looking down to you, you can see her eyes almost like a pale yellow color as she stares into you. Is everything okay? Let me see the damage.
I'm gonna have to try a voice. 1 second. Much appreciated, partner. But it's nothing. It's the kind of thing you get used to around these parts. I just I got into a tussle with someone over a couple of coin. They got my hand, you see. I'm just gonna hold up the hand for the obvious injury before they try and start looking on my chest. I was just trying to keep keep it from dripping everywhere.
Don't worry. This is not. That is not where you're supposed to be. You have been very unlucky today. Let me change that. And she pulls your hand to her, and she places her finger onto the cut and down, and you watch as a light, like a gold coloration, begins to shine through, and the wound in your finger, or your palm, is healed as a finger crosses over it. And you heal the remaining hit points that you had lost. And she just kind of looks down to you. I am sorry that you found yourself in such a position. Luck can be very mistreating. I'm sorry for you.
Well, it is what it is. You find yourself in a bit of a bad turn. You just have to adapt. Sadly, not a whole lot of people in the interest of helping their fellow neighbor. Well, neighbor isn't the right word. You need a house for that.
Hold a deception check as you're peddling this story. I'll give you advantage.
Sweet. 13. Can I inspire myself, please?
You can, yeah.
Okay, that's now a D8. Yay, level 5.
Woo! Okay.
21.
You tell this very convincing story. She's just taking it all in. I see. She looks around. There is much more trouble here than I first thought. That is no matter, though. We will make sure to change that fate and bring you on a better horizon. But please, my friend, if you wish to join me, I can take you back to a place where there is shelter, a home.
Well, I appreciate the gesture, but like, do you I'm sure you can, like, you healed my hand and everything, but a lot of us folk have been burnt before. Like, can I bring a friend? I just want to make sure that it's more for me to be safe than it's not that I don't trust you. It's sadly I don't trust people these days.
You can bring your friend. If you need anyone else to come, then by all means. The House of Avandra is open to all. But I need to get you out of this place sooner than later. Perhaps those people are still trying to find you.
Well, I think I lost him, but I agree. Speed would be good around now, and I'm gonna look around,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna also the looking around is more for show. I'm gonna broadcast to. I'm not sure if it'd go through to Fawn, so I'm gonna broadcast to Fennel.
Okay.
And just go. Got a lead, but got. I've lost Thodain's voice behind the Texan. Just got got a lead. If you could come out of wherever you're hiding, I'm allowed to bring a friend. I might find an inn, but while I'm doing that, I'm looking around and starting to like try and like wave my hand above my head,
Mm-hmm.
as if I'm like trying to get someone's attention. Is
So-
Fennel close enough?
Whilst that's happening, we're going to go over to Thorn and Fennel, who the two of you are kind of watching from the sidelines and eavesdropping. Is there anywhere in particular you wish to go? There's many different areas here. Just think of a regular slums. If you want to take an advantage, kind of higher point view and just keep an eye out, you can. Unless you wanted to try and sleep through the shadows and listen in to conversations. To you guys.
I think Thorn's gonna be just just staying in the shadows, trying to make herself look more awful than she already does.
Mhm.
She tries not to. She ties headband she has around her symbol instead of around her whole head. And she tries to make her hair dirty and all that sort of stuff. But other than that, she's just sleuthing, really. Watching
Okay.
and listening.
And for Fennel?
Fennel would have been also in the streets, kind of keeping to the shadows, just trying to keep out of sight and out of people's way, listen in on what's being said.
Okay. Then for the two of you, I'd need you to roll stealth checks and perception checks.
And deception.
Perception.
Fennel would do
Perception.
with advantage, right? Because he's invisible.
I wouldn't have activated my invisibility yet, no.
Oh, okay.
This is a
That's-
rogue off again.
This is stealth.
No!
And then perception.
Okay. Two of you begin to kind of. Do you keep together or do you separate?
Well, I have no idea. He's apparently invisible.
No,
Oh,
I'm
he
not
hasn't gone
invisible.
No, he's
yet.
not
No.
yet.
He's not? Okay.
No.
Okay. Well, she tries to stay away from him, but if he follows, then can't really stop him.
If Thorn doesn't want to go as a pair, then Fennel will go his own way.
He's like walking away from him, pretty much.
Hence the bad
Okay.
roll.
Exactly.
Okay, fair enough. And I will say, Sienna, you are still invisible, right? You're kind of
Yep.
watching from the sides. Because you have been informed of where everyone's going, you're kind of like the main eyes for the group. You know where everyone is almost 24/7. So if anything were to happen, or if you want to interject, you just tell me, because you can do that.
Okay,
since you're
amazing.
keeping an eye on them.
I think my current focus is just very heavily on Ben. Like, I'm keeping a periphery of everybody, but focusing on Ben. Like, are they okay?
Okay.
What the fuck are they talking to?
For Thorn and Fennel, as the two of you begin to skulk throughout and listen attentively at conversations, you hear a lot of just nonsense conversations, just people trying to one-up each other with nothing they have. It is quite sad in retrospect, but like, you know, some of the conversations you hear, it's kind of like, yeah, you actually deserve where you are at the moment. You did some bad things. But throughout all of this, you begin to separate and you begin to pick up different hints of chatter here and there. Thorn, you hear a voice down the alleyways, just kind of talking. The voice begins to say, I've got a job for you. It's a little bit messy, but it needs to be done swiftly. I was told that you had some people with you, and there were no other eyes present. So if you could please eradicate, get rid of the little mess that was left behind, that would be greatly appreciated. Make it messy. Show everyone that they shouldn't waste their time and mention names that they shouldn't mention. Time is a very necessary thing, and some people waste it. And don't worry about a cover-up. You will be fine. You always are. We've got a backup. Do your worst. They'll take the fall, and you'll be free to work for us another day. You're hearing this Thorn through the alleyways. It's kind of bouncing off back and forth. And you hear it coming from one specific place where the alleyway is thinner than most. and thin for even you to kind of push through. But you could if you wanted to get onto the other side. There's no kind of ceiling, there's nothing to climb over. It is just this slit if you wish to almost breathe in and slide through to find what's happening on the other side of this conversation.
Can I either peek or just listen for a bit longer before I try and
Yeah, you can.
One?
You try and look through the very thin slit here, and you can just see almost like the shadows from a small lantern flickering and showing the forms of two people that are standing there. One of them seems to be slightly bulkier, perhaps a large cloak just draped over them, whilst the other one seems to be slightly thinner, more lean in body build, without any real sort of covering except for maybe a small shawl of sorts to kind of cover their top half with a small hood. But you try and peek through, and it's difficult. But I'll ask you to roll another perception check, this time at disadvantage, because you don't really have a clear line of sight.
Gotcha.
What you
Fair enough.
hear is going to be different, but this is just a physical kind of see. 14. You continue to listen out, and you hear another voice kind of respond back. So, what you're telling me is I have pretty much a guaranteed window here, and you want it to be messy? Well, you know I can do messy. That's not an issue, but it's got to be for something. I've done a lot of jobs for your boss, and I'm not really a fan of having to accomplish these things for someone who doesn't even arrive and does the talking themselves. I'm just talking to someone in a very long pyramid. You are the bottom of the bottom, my friend. I want to see who's at the top. I want to talk to them, to him. If you want to talk with my employer, he's here in the city and will be gone by tomorrow. But if you want all details, you'll have to complete the job. You won't see just anyone. Well, I've heard a lot about your boss, so I would. You know what? Because you give me that little breadcrumb, and as a token of my gratitude for so many jobs over the years, I will do this for him. And I'll do it for free. Just make sure that I get to see the man himself. You hear a response on the other side. That can be done. Tomorrow afternoon by the docks. You see there is movement in the shadows as though a kind of handshaking is passed over. And you hear the footsteps of the heavy-footed figure, the one with a large cloak, begin to fade away as this lean figure still stands. Roll a history check for me, Thorn.
Sure, okay. 4.
22. The voice is eerily close to something or someone you've heard in recent memory. And with your 14 perception check, putting the two together, you can see as this individual walks past the gap, you can see his complexion. It's dark, but the distant firelight is easy enough to detect a shine in its face. And you notice the person known as Diplor, who was at the dinner on the ship too long ago. You see, he just continues to walk along. And eventually is out of sight. Whilst that's going on,
Oh, damn it.
for now,
I wanted more. Fuck. Shit. Okay, go ahead.
for now, you find yourself listening out through the alleyways, and you're coming across areas where there aren't many people, and it's taking you a while to kind of find any semblance of something to pick on, any sort of loose threads that you can use. As you continue to walk through, you hear someone begin to approach. What do you do?
Does it sound like they're coming up to me specifically, or they're just coming in my direction?
They're coming in your direction.
Is there something I can just move to the side to and just let them pass?
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there's an. Do you want to hide in an alleyway? Do you want to just stay in the same line? Do you want to just continue walking past them?
I want to hide. So if an
Okay.
alleyway is the best thing for that, then
You
duck into a
try
hat.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You quickly, as the light begins to shine past from a lantern, you duck quickly and hide behind, in between this alleyway, where there is like a small box poking out. You kind of have to duck down as you see this figure begin to walk past. Can you roll a insight check?
.24.
Okay. As you look over your shoulder to see the figure walk past, the first thing you smell is fresh seawater. You see that there is a sleekness to the skin of this person as they walk past. You see a shark-like body of a person from the water, a humanoid shark that has a hood obscuring many of its features, slightly grey, hunched forward, no fin on its back that seems to be protruding. You see it's just large eyes at the side of its head, just looking around, shining through the lantern. It continues to kind of hunched walk forward. And this is kind of a regular reef shark in design. They continue and continue. And don't seem to notice you as they walk past. But it is strange to see one of them here. They continue to walk, and they seem to be walking to somewhere with purpose. What does Fennel wish to do?
I want to follow him.
Okay. You begin to follow. Alleyway, large open streets. You see he continues to walk in a direction where now leaves this courtyard, leaves to the very edges of it, where you can see the staircase leading up and out of this kind of underbelly of the city. You see for a moment he kind of stops there, looks around, and then he kind of reaches out to a side in the stone wall. His fingers find this kind of groove there, and he walks in, like almost an out of the blue right-hand turn. And he continues. Lantern still by his side at this point. As he now follows that path, you see the lantern light dims to completely off and continues to walk down that alleyway. Do you follow up?
I want to go up to it, see if I can see down the alleyway, and is it like a dead end? What do I see if I look down it?
You grow closer, and you can see the indentation that was left there before is fresh in the wall, as though someone has created a mark there. The mark itself has this almost corroded look to the side of the stonework, to where it looks fresh, but it also looks really old by just the indentation that's left behind, like it hasn't been kept for in thousands of years. Like it's just corroded completely. Looking down the alleyway, do you have dark vision?
Yes, I think I do. Yeah, 60 feet.
You see that the dark continues forward, and you can see just at the edge of your dark vision, the figure goes and takes another right and stops. And you just hear him begin to speak. Everything is in plan. It's all piecing together quite nicely. Soon enough, your name will no longer be thrown about. Keep secrecy down to a bare minimum. Do you want to go closer?
Yeah, go on. Well, does it look like I can move closer? Is there more things to
There's
hug?
obstacles in the way that you can try and hide
Yeah.
behind. There's walls to hug.
You could probably use the cloak to turn invisible.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Yeah, I do have that in mind.
You
Max, do I
become
know
the
how
Force
to
Ghost of Getting-
activate the cloak? Do I know if it has a verbal component or?
The cloak itself, you can just will it to activate.
Great, okay.
There's nothing verbal that needs to be done. It's essentially like rubbing the side of the trim down, and then it just kind of causes this illusionary invisibility to gloss over you.
Okay, great. All right, yeah, I'll try going down closer.
Okay. You kind of go into more of a skulking position, rub the side of the trim, and you find that invisible cloak just engulf you in shadow as you continue to press onwards. I'd like you to roll a stealth check at advantage as you grow closer.
Did you do stealth? 17.
Okay. You walk and find... Do you want to get so close to where you can see down the alleyway, or do you just want to keep it verbal for now?
I kind of want to see who he's talking to.
Okay. Then you grow up to the alleyway. As you're slowly, very slowly walking up to try and see this conversation take place, you hear this larger individual continue to speak on. The plan is in motion. The prisoners will be killed, and everything will be blamed on those peasants. Hopefully it all lines up, and we don't have to get a mess elsewhere. It will be a little bit tricky, but after all, Gil, your name is meant to be strengthened, not besmirched. And as you turn around the corner, for now, you look down the alleyway, and you can see this large cloaked individual, the big one that had walked past before, and just over his shoulder, you can see a more medium-sized humanoid standing there. Perhaps in his 50s or so, you see this almost completely white Triton. Skin is almost bleached, like the coral reefs when the sun is at its peak. You see within that white skin blotches of seawater blue just poking throughout at different areas across his face and body. He wears a very ornate large cloak, and a large, almost fin, rises up like a mohawk, but it's currently settled down and creates this almost half overhang of a headpiece that hangs to the right. This individual looks to have a very dead expression in his eyes. Without his hood on, which is currently taken off, you can see a haggard man, someone who has been through the trenches, and being a Triton yourself, roll an insight check against this one.
$22.
22. Okay. With a 22, you can see the expression is his body is hardened by the deepest depths of the ocean. You can see cracks and hardened skin in areas where most Tritons cannot traverse, because he has gone to those very depths where pressure is at its strongest. And this person has gone through those, suffered them, and has come out. And you can see that the expression he has is someone who's seen things down in those depths. As he kind of looks forward and over this large shark humanoid, there is a flash in your mind, Fennel, of a simpler time. And you... How does Fennel react?
Fennel is a bit... he's taken by surprise. He's shaking.
As you find this moment of catfish got your tongue, you see as the expression of this Triton looks up to his compatriot. Well, that's it then. You don't have to do any more. Job's complete. We're done here. And I'm assured that this is going to go down a treat. Right? Yes. There shouldn't be any issues, Gil. Well then, let us continue with the rest of our day. It is early after all, and we've got much to do. They now turn and begin to walk in your direction for now.
I'll just hug an area of the alleyway where they're not likely to walk into.
Mm-hmm. You press yourself up, breathe in as you watch they walk past. You see the large one first walk past you. Heavy footsteps, and you can see even like the veins on the side of his neck. The arms are huge, probably could crush you quite quickly. And then you see the Triton. It continues, and at one point he stops. And he turns. For a moment, he looks in your direction, then looks back behind him. And then continues walking. At this point, they're out of earshot as they walk up the stairs and leave you behind. What do you do now for now?
I just want to have a quick look as to where exactly they were stood having this conversation. Was it in front of a door, which could be where they were staying, or is it just corner of the alleyway?
You head back to their original spot where they were discussing, and you see there's just this kind of corrosion in the ground. Areas of the stonework floor, there's parts of it where it's almost moldy in areas, it seems. But the area itself, you don't see any doorways or any housing. They were just standing in an alleyway. For all intents and purposes, a random spot.
Okay. Okay.
You begin to head back?
Yeah, I'll take a few moments to compose myself, make sure they left and leave as well.
You're having just flashbacks of memories, things that have happened, things that have never really left your mind. And you just take a moment to compose yourself and then continue onwards. But for Thodain, your message, you try to reach out to Fennel, but you find nothing. You don't find him in your proximity.
Okay. So just trying to get back in the headspace after the, what was that, 7 conspiracies? Oh yeah, no, this is Conspiracy Square. My bad. Sorry if that's coming off a bit as a dig, Max. That's a lot of good shit you just threw at us. Okay, if I don't get Fennel, then I would immediately try and reach Sienna, not to come with, but to just let her know. Found the priest. They're taking me to their. They've got a place set up for like shelter and a bed. Try to reach Fennel. I think he's out of range. I'll let you know if I need any help, or if you hear really loud spells. That might be me.
What would really loud spells sound like? No, that's not the important question.
You can't
Are you sure
reply.
you don't want me to follow?
You can't reply.
I can't reply.
Telepathy's one.
Okay.
It's telepathy, not message. So I can broadcast. You can't
okay.
reply.
Well, then you have no idea if you've reached me.
I think this is where it gets a bit screwy. So the rules aren't very clear on if I know if it hits or not. But it's got a range of.
I'd say you know if you reach the person's mind or not, because you're trying to find intellect to speak with.
Yeah. And the range is pretty far on the telepathy feet as well. I think it's like 120 feet.
So, Sienna, you hear this. What would you like to do?
What's Ven's situation? Is Ven still surrounded by scary-looking people?
Yeah, so you see these people have continued to talk with Ven. Ven, you hear them speak.
I will say
yeah.
for Sin as well, Ven doesn't look necessarily intimidated or scared at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but Sienna's scared for you, so, you know.
Fair enough. But yeah, go on, Max.
You hear the plan beginning to be preached to you, pretty much. Well, a group of us, me and about 20 others, we're going to be storming barracks. Some of them are already there planning this attack. And, well, let's just say there's a lot of coin in it for all of us.
Storming the barracks.
That's right.
Why?
Well, some people have spoken and shouldn't have. I don't know the nitty-gritty of it all. All I know is you speak ill of someone and they deserve punishment.
You being paid by someone else to do this?
But yeah, we're gonna pick a lot. And this guy, let me tell you, he's got it all. Do this and you're in his good books forever.
Who's this guy, if I may know?
Roll a persuasion check.
Mm-hmm. Boop, 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 boop. Oh my god. Today's not my day. That Instagram guy was correct.
Yeah. This last one.
I'm sorry, I forgot your name.
Oh, told your fucking fortune. Oh my god.
You say that, and he kind of looks down for a second. Weren't you listening? No names. You never say the name.
I see.
We'll be leaving shortly. Do you
What
want
do
to
you
join us?
I could help with that.
What could you do? What's your speciality, Vanessa?
I think I already gave you enough information about that. I don't think I'm
then.
necessarily the violent type.
Well, if you can persuade your way through it, then that's perfect. We'll be leaving shortly. So if you want to join us, just tag along.
Where are the barracks again?
They're right above this place, my friend. They decided to put it in the place where they thought it would be the most imposing. Yet, little did they know that all of us are right in its roots, right in its belly, and let me tell you, the boss wasn't too happy to hear his name being spoken. So, they are gonna go bye-bye.
Mm. What makes you think you won't get stopped by the guards, though?
Who's to say the guards are gonna stop us?
You got weapons?
We've got weapons. We've
Good
got a
one.
plan, not just one.
Planned assault, then, huh? Smart.
Are you in?
How long till this happens?
So,
Hour?
oh no, less than that. We don't want everyone waking up. The night is our best ally here, friend. And if you're there or not, the plan's still gonna go ahead. If you're there, though, you get a nice share of the prize. And I'll be
be there
honest,
then.
Vanessa, now that I've told you all of this, you pretty much should join us. Because if not, me and my friends won't be too happy.
Aw. Come on, Shig, I'm no snitch. I'll be there.
Well, if you're not a snitch and you like the company, then you can just come with us now. And you see a couple of them kind of stand behind you. Yeah, come on. Let's just go now. Everyone's waiting. Plan's gonna start soon anyway.
Can I see if they're trying to trick me to go somewhere else?
Roll an insight check.
13?
You don't sense any foul play. They are very adamant that you go with them, and you can sense that if you try to push your way out of this, they probably will end up trying to attack you. You're so deep in it now, and you know the whole thing, they're not going to let you leave, because the same thing will happen to them as did the people who they're ready to attack.
Question, if I do suggestion, do they know that I tried to cast it on them or no?
If you fail, yes. If you succeed, they are stuck in the suggestion until it's complete. But they know that they've been suggested after the fact, because telling someone to slap themselves endlessly and then they finish after the 8 hours, they know that they've been slapped endlessly for
you
8
can't
hours.
do it so it hurts them, but yeah.
That's just the general idea.
Let me...
For Sienna, since you had asked this before, Leonie, you're watching as 2 of them are now kind of like pushed up against the back of Ven and kind of like gesturing for them to go forward.
What I'm just gonna slightly reposition myself so I'm a bit closer to the group of them. And in case Ven makes any sort of movements to get out of that group, to obviously try and leave and being stopped, then I'm gonna try and create a distraction. Gonna knock something over or something similar.
Okay.
I'm
Do you
going
want
ahead
to
of
wait
holding
for that?
ready to maybe try to. Sure.
Okay, so you tell me when you want to try and create a distraction, and
Yeah.
we can then go from there. Cool. Okay.
Will I get a weapon when we get there, or...?
I'm pretty sure you already have a weapon on you, friend. Not everyone needs a sword.
Alright then. One more question though. How will this person know that I helped?
He always knows. He makes sure that the allies stay allies and the enemies are always enemies. He's a man of many talents. And once you're in the good books, you stay there until you fuck up. And then there is no bad book. There is just a grave. Plain and simple. You're good to him, or he's really bad to you. And let me tell you, the stories that have come out of his dealings, shit that makes your toes crawl and turn around. Not right. Not right at all.
How ominous. Do these guys look strong at all, or are they kind of scrawny?
Some of them seem to have a bit of meat to them, but for the most part, they're all from this region. They're all somewhat malnutritioned, bruised, cuts already across them. They've been in a fair few fights, and those fights have probably lingered and shattered a few things that have never been recovered. But even the most scrappy-looking person can still hurt a lot. Getting into a tussle with anyone is always going to be tricky, you know? AKA, the dice might not help you.
When I throw a lightning bolt in their face. Yeah, no, I'm kidding.
What's this about the dice might not help Robbie right now? They hate Robbie right now.
Dice, if I get a bad roll next time, you're homophobic. Anyway.
So as this is all going on, then you do hear the shadows begin to wrap around these individuals, and the person who's been talking to you this entire time, Shig, you see that the shadow kind of places a hand around his neck and kind of around his jaw. Do we really need to deal with this buffoon? He's already told you everything. He's just a wall at this point. It's just going to get in the way. An obstacle that isn't really necessary for this life or the next.
In his head, he's gonna go basically reply, "True."
And I don't really take kindly to anyone who threatens you. So give me a reason then why we shouldn't kill them now as they stand.
People are watching.
Make them a demonstration then.
It's gonna take like a look around just to see.
Why does he get to live when so many don't? What makes him the one to choose? You are different because you are not ill of heart. This one is. This one is rotten to the core.
Wouldn't that ring alarm bells up top? Then again, I don't think many people would miss him.
Not many would miss him at all. Just say the word, and I can crush his windpipe and watch him slowly shrivel on the ground.
Oh, all the fun for yourself. Alright. He's gonna lean closer to Shig, kind of like in his face now, like in his ear. Thank you. You've been very, very useful, Shig. Give him a very light kiss on the cheek as a goodbye. You're right. There's more to me. And he's gonna stand back slightly.
You watch as all of them begin to kind of turn to you, and he kind of, for a moment, reaches up to his cheek, to where you'd kind of kiss the side of it, and then at one point you see him begin to kind of rub around the neck where you'd seen the shadow was kind of held before. Well, what do you mean? Not gonna help us?
I could help you in a way. He doesn't care about you. None of the rich folks do. So let's say I'm just giving you a quick way out than the one they would give you. And he's gonna look at the shadow pal behind.
You watch as now the shadow has, as you've been talking, coiling around each one of them. And as it coiled from one to the next, you could see this kind of faint shadow grip around their neck and hold there. Continue and continue to wrap around. And then you see it hang its arm around Shig and gives him a kind of pinch of the cheek. You watch as each one of them begin to reach for their necks, and you see Shig just kind of look towards you. What do you mean?
He's gonna speak in a more harsh tone, so Sienna or whoever's around couldn't hear from there. Faces back so they can't read lips either. You know, I really, really hate men like you. How many others have you grouped into this, roped them into this mess?
As you're talking, you see the shadow figure hold this line and hands it over to you. And you hold onto it, and you see it's almost like a leash connected to all 5 of them. You grip it, and you see the energy around their neck tighten. For Sienna, you don't see any of this physical exchange. You're just watching as the 4 of them are kind of like standing there, on occasion scratching their neck, looking towards Ven. But then you have control of their lives in your hand as you say that. You see one of them kind of grips the dagger that they've been holding, slightly hidden in the side, holds it out. You
One
tug.
more move. Now you can tell me more, and maybe I'll let you go. Or, you know, I could do this, and he tugs on it a little bit more. Not enough to kill them, but...
You watch as they all simultaneously begin to choke up, as it is almost suffocating, and how tight you've just pulled the leash. Sienna, you watch as a couple of them begin to tremble at their feet and slightly kind of drop down for a second, but then kind of try and hold themselves up, reaching up to their neck. You see Shig looking to you then. What do you want to know?
When is this happening?
In about 5 minutes. If they haven't already gone ahead without me. I'm pretty much not important to this. I wouldn't be surprised if they started already.
And what, is this a distraction or something? Or just shutting someone up?
This is a warning to anyone who will speak ill of his name. You do a job, and you do it. You don't tell everyone what happened in the job. And as he's saying this, you now begin to see the realization in his own eyes. Oh, I've told you everything.
You're not very bright, are you, Shig?
At this point now, you see him just defeated.
I feel no sympathy for your kind. You steal and you take. Don't care who gets hurt or what it costs. But you're pretty much dead anyways now, aren't you?
You see tears down the side of their faces, each one of them. But none ask for forgiveness. And they all know what they've done. And there's almost an acceptance to it.
Any of you got families?
We wouldn't be here if we did.
Well then. Hope you pray to a merciful God, and he's gonna pull the strings fully.
You pull the string, and you watch as each one of them, their windpipe closes. You see a little bit of blood that was pumping through to their brains has completely stopped. One by one, all 5 of them fall. Just laying there, dead. Sienna, you see all 5 of them drop. And Ven's still standing there. Ven, you feel empowered, as per your ability.
Yippee! I mean, oh no, they're dead. He's gonna pretend to like jump back in surprise.
Okay. For this, I would need you to roll a deception check.
It's inside. It's
Deception? Okay.
hell no.
You twisted bitch.
Fuck.
What is this?
Whoa. Okay, that Catherine, that was so.
I'm
okay.
sorry. I didn't mean
Phil.
bitch part. But you are twisted.
Their necks are twisted too, huh?
Okay, that ain't you the
Oh,
bitch one.
God.
You've just made Cassie right there.
Oh,
Wait, it's a draw.
I will need
Right,
you to both roll again. I'll need you both roll again since you got the same.
Okay.
No.
Oh shit!
Fuck.
God.
That's just how the dice rolls.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Sienna's still immediately rushing over to Van and not caring about the invisibility. Immediately just rushing over, saying, "Oh my god, oh shit! Are you hurt? What happened? What was that?" And
I
she's
don't know.
clearly terrified.
I think they spoke too much, and whoever they were working for, they just already had them.
Okay, right. That's
Something
a
is going to
horrifying
happen
thought.
at the barracks. They're
That's gonna
going
be
to
not
storm it.
barracks.
In about 5 minutes, Sienna,
Right.
storming
Yeah, then we
barracks
should,
in
yeah, we
5
should warn
minutes.
them. Yes, go. Where's Thodain?
Right now, me,
I'm
aren't
gonna
you?
look around. Fennel left. Thodain said he can't reach him. I haven't seen
I love
Paul in
that
a
you're
while.
invisible this entire time.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm you got to. You just hear me.
I'm talking to thin air. I look like a lunatic to everyone else.
Oh, the Fennel is talking back to you very loudly and confused and scared. So.
So to be clear, a bunch of people just dropped dead, and an invisible voice was started talking.
Look, we were in an
Yeah.
alleyway.
Yes.
Okay, Ben wouldn't do it if there was fucking a crowd watching behind.
Was there a crowd watching?
There's people, but this doesn't seem to be like anything outside of the ordinary here.
What?
As soon as like Ven and Sienna begin to speak in like a louder tone, you watch as a couple of people. Hey,
I'm being hushed.
well, Sienna doesn't seem to be.
Come on! I'm not. This is
Look,
what
I
Sienna
need to
sounds
speak
like
louder
right now.
because this mic doesn't fucking pick up shit when I whisper. So
So yeah, you just see that as Sienna, a voice out of nowhere, out of thin air, is beginning to kind of speak out as to what happened. You see a couple of these people here begin to stand up and, the Lord is here, as they begin to kind of lose their mind.
just takes her hand and like starts walking away because like. Where
And
is-
Sienna's just looking around for the others.
What do you mean?
Really
Bella?
wanting to see
Where
Thorn
are
right
they?
now. Where? What?
You said they left. What do you mean left? Where did they go?
Well, no. So, Thodain found a priest.
Oh, for the love
Yeah.
of... And he's just gonna cast a message to every single one of them in like an order of like, people are gonna attack the barracks in like 5 minutes. Help. Thodain, please get your ass over... No, without the ass, I'm kidding. But please get over here.
Thodain, you've currently had a priest looking and trying to help you, as you now receive this message after having tried to speak out to Sienna and getting not any response because she can't.
He's given up.
He's so defeated.
Nope, I'm out.
Just
Fuck that,
fucking
guys.
right. Okay. With message, do I get a sense of direction?
I'd say as you're being kind of escorted slightly by this priestly figure, you can now begin to see them. You've heard them speak in your mind, but you can now see them
Do
down
I
the alleyway.
see? Do I see the corpses?
No, because you now see a bunch of people around them and are all kind of like, this is a sign from beyond, as they're all kind of beginning to lean over the five dead corpses.
That's enough. Excuse me, ma'am. I think there's someone of a commotion over there.
Oh no.
Sounds like it's kind of your wheelhouse.
Don't go anywhere. I will be back. And you see she begins to rush over to this group of people who have now surrounded the five corpses.
You would have heard that as the response to message, by the way, because I can't pick and choose. So immediately after that, in your head, just go in. The fuck?
I got information about it. Just get over here, please. Where are you?
Yeah, no, I'm coming towards
Oh,
you. Just,
we see him though over the crowd of people who are like,
again, psychically, I'm just going like I got a fucking lead, and now there's what divine intervention has happened. Like what exactly has?
Just okay. If you got a lead, then go. I'll handle this.
If a barracks is about to be attacked, that's a bit more important.
Okay.
With all of this chaos, for now, you return back and can see that there is a golden cloaked woman trying to control a crowd of swarming people around what seems to be a gathering. And you can see your party just ahead as well.
It's a magical gathering. There's cards.
Well, I'll go rejoin the party then.
Okay.
Did we all get the message?
Yes.
Are you
Okay.
sure? Did we all get the message? Did I get the message?
You have to tag and get
Everyone got a
involved.
message. I sent it to everyone.
No, the question
Yeah,
was the tiger
but
blood.
Oh,
But-
yeah. Do I get a tiger jump scare again?
You hear the message come through, Thorn.
Okay.
But Thorn,
Take
what
her
would you
like-
like to do?
I was gonna follow Diplar.
Okay. Then, with this in mind, are you telling anyone? Because you can respond to message.
I'll just say what do I say?
Keep in mind,
I'll just say
I can only hear the whisper. Nobody else can hear it.
okay, yeah. I'll just say like Diplar is here and he's making trouble. I'm following him. And that's all I'll say. Because I don't necessarily know where I am, but
But just literally going like, what the hell is he doing here? Thorn is apparently following Diplar because he's here.
What? Why is she following him?
I don't know, he's causing trouble. It could be related to the whole barracks thing now.
Right, sure.
Lord.
Where are the barracks? Like, from looking around and from my understanding of where barracks usually are, do I have an idea where in the city they would be?
Yeah, you kind of walked past them before. The barracks are pretty much in the center of this neighborhood. Above on the upper side. There are a few barracks at different stations. One is located here, and some others located around as well. But one thing of note is, because you were more involved, Sienna, with the discussions between what was going on with the aftermath of those terrorist attacks and everything, you would have heard whispers that they were all being taken to one singular barracks. And from kind of points of interest, you gather that it's the same one above you. So you're beginning to piece everything together as well as everyone else.
I'm completely in the dark.
Yeah.
Great. Then hurry! We have to get out.
We
just
came
saw
here
the memes you were sending.
to find a priest who might be involved in crime. What we find instead is terrorism.
Again, we find
We'll find the
terrorism.
priest.
Again.
We'll do it tomorrow.
We'll do
We
it
have a
tomorrow.
fucking apparently bombing
You're-
to stop.
You're not here. You fucked off.
I'm just telling you.
So as
Yes, he's the divine intervention.
as you all begin to rush off at different points, many of you going to the barracks, but one of you kind of running off into the different alleyways here.
We're all dressed like hobos.
Yep. We're all
Still gonna get arrested for the love of God.
I don't have my breastplate. I've got no armor. I wouldn't have brought my best breastplate with this. Fuck.
So as you're running through, Thodain, as you're rushing off, you do look back for a moment as that priestess kind of rush over to the group. You see that she begins to kind of look around, and there's nothing there anymore. There's nothing on the ground. They've all dispersed. They've all rushed off into different areas. So you don't really know what happened here.
Robbie, why is your shadow eating people?
Wait, someone took the corpses?
No, it was probably
Wait,
the
did your
fucking
shadows
shadow
eat
people.
the corpses?
What is wrong with you?
Nom
What is
nom.
wrong with
Oh,
you?
you're acting like I ate the bodies. I didn't do shit.
We don't know how it works. You might
Also,
be
Cassie, you don't get to tell anybody what
It's
cannibalism.
your thing, so you're. I mean, like.
Cassie, you don't get to judge that. You wanted to have to also eat people.
Robbie, if Ven gets a single calorie off these corpses, you're a cannibal.
Oh boy, okay.
I mean, they felt
Thorn.
empowered. Sure.
You are beginning to follow suit behind Diplor. You can either try and squeeze through this alleyway, and that'll give you a better bead on where he's going, or you can try and predict his path by almost leading it forward. Kind of forward guessing, testing your luck a little bit. You tell me what you want to do.
I have a question first. If I, because I was thinking about this, if I had gone through while they were talking, would I have appeared like right in front of them, or would
If you would have gone through that slit in the wall, you would have appeared right in front of them. There was only one set of buildings between you and them, and there was no way around it. It was just that slit. Otherwise, you'd have to go around and try and find another way in, because the roof connects to the tops of the buildings, so you couldn't even like climb over anything.
Right. Okay. And he's walking away, right?
Yeah,
So,
he's kind of like beginning to head off and in darkness.
I guess. Fuck.
Agreed.
I guess. What? Oh, thanks.
Agreed.
You are so fucking helpful right now.
I know! I always am!
Hush. I guess I'll try and I'll predict his footsteps. I don't want to get caught in this wall. 'Cause
Right.
I could get stuck, right? And it's like worse. So.
Then I'll ask you to do a survival check to see if you can predict his movements forward.
Sure. Let's do that. Yay. 10.
Okay. You begin to go through, try and catch him at intervals where you can almost lead the way, and are trying to second guess his movements as well as those around you. To avoid any eyes, I'm going to also need you to roll a stealth check as you are trying to skulk.
Gotcha. Damn.
Okay.
Ooh.
You stick to the darkened areas. You go from neighboring area to neighboring area, and it is a slow path. He doesn't walk with speed. There's no haste in how he's acting, and every so often you kind of lose track of him. At some points, you kind of go down an alleyway thinking that he was there, and then have to back up on yourself and continue in another direction. There is a lot of winding paths down here that get you slightly disorientated, and you're having a tough time tracking him down. At one point, you do see your party members in their outfits. running up the main stairs and beginning to leave. But you also have a hunch of where Diplor is to your left. Now, there's two options for you to consider here, Cassie. You can either try and continue following Diplor, but you may lose track of him, and you will be behind the party if you do so. Or you can keep up with the party now and follow them. There's two options to consider. You're already losing the thread of where Diplor is, but you can re-find it once again.
I think I'm gonna keep following Dip4
Okay.
just to see if, because this might not be connected at all. So,
Sure thing.
I also want to ask.
Yeah.
If I try to invoke the tiger a little bit, try to ask for its help, do you think I could, if it cooperates with me, I could get advantage on survival or like just tracking him down?
Definitely. How would you like to try and invoke the tiger?
Okay, I'll just say in my mind, listen, I know we're not seeing eye to eye, but this guy, he has something on Sienna, and he could hurt her. I don't want Sienna to get hurt. And if we're lucky, we can stop a lot, and we could probably get some blood from him if you want it.
You feel the breath. You don't see, you don't feel the presence of this tiger, but you only feel the breath against your face. Like a heavy, wet exhale just washes over.
You wish to protect now?
I hate this thing. It's so petty. It's so petty. I hate it.
Yeah,
fucking...
that's what he was designed for.
I mean, not really, but yeah, sure. Okay.
Pettiness and trauma. That's it.
It was said in a different tone, like, "Oh, so you want to protect now, huh?" It's just
Yeah, it's like...
Oh,
Petty.
you're gonna
Being more
use
of
the
a
tiger
teenage girl
powers
than I
now,
am.
right?
It's being more of a teenage girl than I am. This is so infuriating. Now I know what you guys feel. Fuck. All right.
You are one of the same.
Yeah, it's true. Very true.
I mean, it doesn't sound like it thinks you're very great.
Shut the
Yeah, I'm
fuck
not
up!
doing that
I
in the
swear to
field.
God. I said you were gonna stop that. Okay.
I did for a while.
Okay. I fucking hate this thing. Okay. I'll just say, don't start this. Don't start with me. Let's just find him. We can talk about this later. And you can be petty all you want. I just want Sienna safe.
We both want safety for different people. Do not forget that. If there is danger, do not die.
And you feel the tiger begin to grow inside of you as you morph into your were-tiger form. Your senses are heightened, and I'd like you to roll another survival check at advantage.
So, if I did this for nothing. Okay, that's better. 19.
You begin to breathe in, your senses heightened, and you can see or smell air. You can see the pure silvery scent that Diplor carries with him, and you begin to follow, pacing fast, using the walls. Verticality is no issue in this form, and you begin to skulk quietly and follow behind Diplo. The rest of you rush out to the top as fast as you can. And as you reach the top, you find the neighborhood around busy. It wasn't before. Why is it busy now? And this is when you notice that there seems to be almost a crowd of people, like they are almost protesting. You see, they all begin to rush out and further into this cul-de-sac as they all find themselves running towards the barracks. And you arrive to see them all rushing towards the walls as fast as they can. We're going to have a quick break since we haven't had a break yet. So we're going to grab 10, 15 minutes or so. We'll see. But stay tuned and we'll see you in a bit. Have a snack. Have a wee-wee. Drink some water.
Go piss, girl. Go piss, girl.
That's it.
Don't
Use a
drown.
toilet. Use a
Wait,
toilet. Use the ground.
are you supporting a piss girl? Or
Let's
are you
Hey,
telling
hey,
Cut it.
please,
Cut it.
press the
I don't know. I like the
button.
tangent.
No!
What the fuck?
There we go.
Hello and welcome back. You've joined us for our second half. We've had a quick break, but now we're ready to go. So, the party has split up into two areas. Well, I mean, basically, one person has left the party and has gone on their own journey.
She's just gone. Forever.
But we're going to focus on the main group. So that's Fennel, Ven, Sienna, and Thodain. The four of you have ran up the main stairs and have found yourself at the top level once again. It is still nighttime, pitch black outside, but you can see that there's a gathering of about 40 to 50 people here that are all kind of in different alleyways. Some of them have already begun to walk in, and you can see each one of them is carrying some sort of weaponry on them. You can see one of them's carrying like a small rusted dagger. They're all using implements and tools that seem to be quite rusted or basically found pretty much around. I'd like each one of you to roll a perception check, as you are just kind of seeing this mass of people here.
I do want to
Thank
say
God I
that I
didn't
want
get
to
weapons
slip.
from them.
Oh no!
Oh god, no.
Perception.
I want to slip the Dane his gun. I want to just like, there,
Uh-huh.
there. I think you need this. There you go.
Yeah, I've got something else I want to do after this check as well.
All right. So as you're all kind of looking around and taking in the space, a couple of weapons are handed out to you by Sienna in her invisible form still. You only have like a couple of minutes left of the invisibility, Sienna, since it's been nearly an hour of everything that's happened downstairs. You've probably got about 10 minutes, 5 minutes left,
Cool.
but still enough to do stuff. For Fennel, though, as you're looking around and seeing these different kind of people here armed with weaponry, all rusted, every so often you see one of like a group of 5 carry around this very ornate looking device, something that looks shiny, new, and also slightly dangerous. You see 5 of these throughout, one in each one of these like small groups. They're different weapons, it seems, or different devices. You're not sure what they do, but you just see that kind of slight glow, and they don't really look like they know how to use them either. So you see them just kind of like looking at the devices that they carry, and then just shout, "Let's do this!" And they begin to like run in towards the barracks.
Okay.
You notice those around.
I'll point. Fennel will point them out to the rest of the party that there's something fishy going on.
Really?
Eric is invisible and
Really?
like points, and we're like, where?
No, I'll just. Yeah, that's right. Fennel would still. Yeah, is Fennel still invisible? I assume so. It also lasts an hour.
Yeah, you can kind of direct them with your voice.
Yeah.
That's fine. Because you had gotten nat 20, you see each one of them. But to guide everyone who rolled a lower roll, they see maybe like 2 or 3 out of the 5. But you point out the ones in close proximity and the ones further away.
Okay.
But you have a bead on where they are. Yeah.
Can we try and mug those guys?
That's
Steal those weapons from them?
They aren't in like.
If we're invisible.
Well, yeah,
so-
2 of us
You
are
are
invisible.
invisible. If you want to try and like rush out and reach them, you can definitely try. But they are like in tight groups. You can see like
Mhm.
these people with the devices. They're kind of like in the middle of these groups of like 20 or 10,
Yeah.
and they're just kind of like hidden in there as almost like the people around them are a distraction because they're carrying around loose weaponry, rusted stuff, things that don't look imposing. But then they hide this one, and it looks like that has some more of a kick to it.
Right.
So you
Then I
want to
think it
try
would
and
be
sneak
less
in?
practical if we're... Yes, but then I think it's less practical if we're invisible, because, you know, we would stand out more if there's just empty space pushing through. So I think it would make more sense to try and pretend we belong to them and then try and get close to those guys. Wrestle the weapon from them, go like, I want to do it, and then run in the opposite direction or something.
Well,
You know?
it depends whether they know the
That's what I'm
20
thinking.
people around them or not.
From what we know, it doesn't seem like they would know each other. It's worth a try.
So, with Max, would I have time to cast motivational speech for some temporary hit points for everybody?
Sure, if you want to rush up and give them a pep talk, you can do that, yeah.
Just on the way here, he's just been shouting at us, "You can fucking do it!"
Okay, guys, we can do this. I know the situation looks pretty fucked. I know, but I believe in each and every one of you. we've got this for now. You know what to do. Just get in there, get in quick. Stab him if you have to. Hopefully, it doesn't come to that. Sienna, we're counting on you to make sure we're all safe at the end of the day. We know you can do it. Now, then, if you can get in closer, get and maybe charm it off of them, excellent. Otherwise, hang back, use your magic. You crack shot with that. Where the fuck's Fawn?
Yeah, motivation
Never
is
mind.
given. You all receive temporary HP.
5 temp hit points and advantage on wisdom saves for an hour.
There you go.
How do
So-
we?
5 temporary or?
Yes.
Yeah, 5.
Nice.
And advanced on wisdom saves.
Can I ask what
Yippee.
nice
Got
thing
it.
you were gonna say about Thorn?
No.
No,
John here.
Oh, dang it.
because right now Fawn's not even where you are. It's the fucking tiger.
My bad.
Okay, so Van, was there something you wanted to do? You were going to say something.
I was gonna ask. Wait, what the hell are we doing? But
Okay.
since Thodain has told me, I feel like he's gonna try to go up to one of these people. I'm assuming he did see some of them.
Fennell's pointed most of them out, so now you're kind of separating to try and get these weapons, it seems.
Yes.
So we'll just go one by one to see what each one's doing. So Fennell, you are going to try and apprehend one of these weapons. How are you doing so?
So I want to sneak into the group. Well,
Yeah.
into whichever group it is.
Mhm.
And do you get any better idea of what they are as you get closer? What these weapons are, or how they might be used?
I'd say because you had a nat 20, I'll let you roll an Arcana check
Okay.
to see if you understand how they work.
12.
12. The closest description that I can give you is that it reminds you of Thodain's gun,
Okay.
but something that's a bit more beefier, larger than a pistol, and seems to have some sort of heft to it. Those that are using these weapons are some of the more fitter of the of these low lives.
Okay. In that case, I wanna. How is he holding the gun?
They're just kind of like held. It's like a rifle. Think about it that way.
Yeah.
And they're just kind of like skulking down. They're lower than everyone else in the group, and they're just trying to like blend in. And it seems like they're getting closer. At this point now, I'll just to kind of paint a picture for you guys. You can see that the alleyways kind of get smaller, larger. There are larger roads that people walk through, and that seems to be where many of the groups are going down this main road. Lighting torches in hand and creating this very present riot of sorts, right? They are protesting, getting as close as they can to the barracks. The barracks, you can see, is about a 2-story building. It's quite large. The reason for that is because there are fire giants here. You can see that there are 3 fire giants kind of stood on the night shift, walking around and kind of sat in different areas, small little towers. And you can see that they are now kind of being alerted by this presence and are stepping down and trying to get in between all of these humanoids that are rushing up to them. But yeah, for now, you can see that there's either 3 that are in the main road, or there's 2 of these groups that have just dispersed in the alleyways.
So I want to get into the middle of one of them, and as they stop and prepare to shoot, and so they lift the gun up, I want to chuck an oil flask down the barrel.
Okay.
Yeah. We're murdering more people.
Oh, that's does the Geneva Convention exist here?
No,
So,
it does not, my
this-
friend.
We're gonna
this
make
one out.
it after this, bro.
I would
Oh
like you
God,
to
we're
roll
Canada.
An acrobatics check to see if you can get ahead of them first. To see if you can get into a good spot, jumping from the buildings, I assume, to try and get a better vantage point.
21.
Okay, you succeed. You're kind of like Batmaning across the rooftops, maybe more like Daredevil, just kind of like backflip, front flip, slide at some points as you're just kind of racing as far as you can.
This would be a
preparing the weapons that you're
really easy action shot to film because Fennell's invisible.
Yes, exactly.
This feels
So it's
this feels
just-
so much like Assassin's Creed Unity because I'm getting French Revolution vibes so much.
Imagining like making an animatic for this, and it's like this heavy action with everyone else, and then it just like pans to like an empty shot.
Yeah. You're just hearing
Silent.
Like
You just see,
the
like,
most
little air
intense
movement.
voice acting ever for nothing.
Yeah. You run as fast as you can, get to the end as you see one of them begin to pull out the weapon as he just shouts, "Get down!" and pulls it out and begins to. You see something charge in this weapon as it points towards the giant. You grab your flask, your kind of bottle that you have, and I'm going to need you to roll a ranged attack. So this will be
Come on.
dexterity
What's that?
plus your
Come on.
proficiency.
I'll just roll straight
on.
dexterity and we'll add it separately.
Because he's stealthy.
Ability check. Do I get
No,
advantage?
because this isn't-
No.
You don't get advantage. You're trying to hit a
Ooh.
target.
That's a 21
That's good.
dexterity roll.
Let's go.
And so that's not even
Okay.
counting proficiency, so that's
Okay.
24.
I'm going to need you now to roll a D100 for me.
Oh god.
Oh shit.
This
Oh,
never.
Does it One Direction
Oh,
explode?
no.
24.
Oh,
Oh, low's
that's
good.
good, that's
Low's good.
good.
Low's good.
Good. It's good.
Yeah, it's good for you. You,
Not good. For
What
them.
do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
hit the end of this weapon. This is all going to be happening simultaneously, so I'll describe what happens, but Fennell executes his plan there. We're going to move over to the rest of you. Then, what are you doing? You're rushing into the crowd to try and persuade?
Yes.
Okay.
Do I see any that look the most like they were willing to talk?
You begin to hear one of them go, "Woo! Let's go, guys! We got this! Come on, team!" As he's just kind of like rushing forward with this gun. Seems to be quite talkative.
Anarchy!
Yeah, woo! Kind of joining in next to him. Is he the one holding the one that was like?
Yeah, he is. He's one of the five.
Could I try it first, please?
Are you casting a spell, or are you just asking?
Just,
Just-
he's gonna
just
do
try to be cute.
suggestion for it. Look, I look cute. Okay, maybe he says yes, guys. If he doesn't, I'll cast the spell.
So, are you going to cast a spell or not first? Is what I need to know.
Not right now.
Okay. Then I will need you to roll a
Persuasion?
persuasion check at disadvantage because you just appeared out of nowhere.
I backed him up. I hyped him up too. That counts for
Hyped him up
something.
too.
Oh fuck! Not religion. No. 15.
Oh, that's still good.
It's not terrible.
Look
but-
at Max's
Bad
smile, like,
eyelashes.
You see, he kind of like pulls down the weapon, looks down.
It's a very nice corset, Max. That's established before.
looks towards you, Van, and he just kind of like smiles. You got it, baby. And he just hands you the gun.
Oh my
Okay, as he
fucking
hands
God.
it to me,
Fucking destroy this thing.
I will. And like, does the fist pump to it?
Wait, I have to know. Is this like one of the biker guys, like from before?
Oh, why would they be here?
No, but I mean like just one of them. That would have been
Is
funny.
there a rooftop anywhere?
There is a rooftop, yeah.
Okay, anyone on these rooftops?
No one on these rooftops. Everyone's just rushed the main streets.
How high are they?
About 20 feet.
Perfect. I fucking misty step on a rooftop as soon as he gives it to me.
You see, he kind of like
Nice.
looks to you holding the weapon. Just hit right there. What the? Hello?
Goddamn
Hell yeah.
sexy ghosts!
You disappear up to the rooftop. Just roll a stealth check at advantage as you just
Try
kind
to.
of try and duck down with the weapon.
19.
Okay. You just kind of
Thank
place
you,
yourself
thank
onto the
you,
ground with the weapon by
sports.
your side. You feel the hum of this kind of arcane energy that seems to be whirring inside. You just kind of keep it a bit to the side, not knowing what to do with it, but you just lay there in silence. Excellent. And we'll move on to Sienna. You wanted to do something as well with the crowd.
Yes, but I've changed my mind slightly because I
Okay, go for
remember
it.
that I'm an Iceman, I haven't used it yet.
Mhm.
So with the reaction of those people to what Ben did, with them going like, "Oh, it's something religious, it's God, it's a sign of God," I want to play into that. So essentially, I want to make my way so I'm roughly at the front of the crowd, and then I want to properly turn around, activate my radiant consumption, and essentially go, "This is a mistake. I have a vision," and with the whole glowy eyes blinding everyone that fails the saving throw. I think that might be effective. We should
Okay.
turn
But
around.
would you
Okay,
still be invisible, but then just appear doing
that's
this?
exactly
That
what
is the
happened.
idea. That is exactly the idea. Yes. If I can
Uh,
time it like that, that would be perfect.
Just
I'd like
second
you.
to
So you're not even going to need to roll for this, because on the kind of run around here, you can hear some people beginning to say,
What are we doing? We shouldn't be here. This isn't right. But what if we succeed and we'll be fucking great?
you just begin to hear all these people shouting at each other. And then this voice, stop, as a light appears behind them all. Sienna, you just appear out of thin air in front of each one of them as this shining beacon of hope shines onto all of their faces. The one with the gun turns around, looks towards you, like face shocked, like he's seen a premonition. And he just, you're the voice of the depths. I heard you before. You're real.
I just, you know, so essentially, Sienna has usually it's very subtle, but in her radiant consumption form, a circle on her skin, on her forehead is just glowing radiantly. Her eyes are unleashing light, and she has sad looking, but still really radiantly glowing like angel wings. So a bit soggy looking. Like she's never really used them for anything, but they're glowing intensely, and anyone that looks super closely at them is blinded. And looking like that, her hair almost like puffing behind me. I go up to him and I put a hand on his shoulder. This is a mistake. You have to turn around now.
You see, he's kind of holding the gun in hand, looking up to you. Everyone's like, "What are you doing? Shoot the fucking thing!" They're all kind of like shouting towards him. They're all trying to like pull on his top to try and get him to do something. But he just looks up to you, Sienna. I'm sorry. And he hands you the gun and he falls to his knees. I'm sorry. I didn't know what I was doing.
Just gonna touch his forehead, the circle of my skin with my thumb, and just go. It is all right. You haven't done anything yet. You're also.
This
And
is,
then I'm literally just gonna turn around and walk in the opposite direction.
Where the
Very
fuck is she
dramatically.
going? What did you give her away for? It was the right thing to do. You then sneak away down an alleyway with the weapon in hand. So we're going to go over to Thodain quickly. Did you want to do something? There's two of these guns still out there.
Yeah, I want to get to the one closest, and I'm gonna just try casting suggestion. And I'm probably gonna silvery barbs this. Well, if I see the silvery barbs is weird. If you tell me the roll and not the outcome, I can silvery barbs it. If you tell me the outcome, I can't. That's
Sure thing.
how it's worked. So I'm gonna cast suggestion on the closest one and just go. Orders up top. They want me to take the shot from a rooftop.
He kind of looks at you for a second. He's gonna roll. That's a natural 20, my friend. Do you wish to silvery barbs it?
I am silvery barbsing that. Yes.
Do you wish to silvery barbs?
Okay.
Yeah, that's
fine.
Thank fuck.
He kind of like holding the gun. Yeah, of course. Gives it to you.
Appreciate it. I'm going to dart towards a building closer to where we came from, near those stairs. And I've now got a rifle as well.
And I'm not
Okay.
with rifle.
You just begin to rush out from the crowd. This was in one of the alleyways, so you just kind of like hide away quickly into an alleyway, and just have it there with you. So that is all but one of these weapons taken off this group. There's still one that lies within one of the nearby alleyways. But for now, the one that you've thrown a bottle at, you see him just go, "Fucking die!" Shoots the weapon. The energy which is kind of swirled inside of it, you see the the bottle that you've thrown into the end causes a malfunction in the weapon. And as he pulls the trigger, you see he withers away into dust, and so does the weapon with him. Die! And he just fades away completely. He turns to dust. The weapon completely vanishes. It is also turned to dust. And everyone's like...
So, to be clear, what appears to be a messenger from the gods themselves arrives, tells people to stop. One guy fires and turns to ash.
Hell yeah!
Well,
Divine
the person
intervention.
grabbed it and then just disappeared immediately.
Well, we know that they're probably disintegration guns now or something.
Yeah!
Whoa, fuck.
As you
Keep in
are
mind.
all watching this like silence, as a large crowd in the center, basically 80 of these people that were rushing through the main road, one of their main troops has just kind of disintegrated into nothing. They all just kind of like stand by idly. What do we do? As they're confused at what to do next, you hear one of the fire giants from the barracks beginning to approach closer. "Stop! What is this all for? What are you doing here? Disperse, now!" As he stands there and begins to kind of... Another one rushes down from the tower which he stands on, begins to approach as well. You see he holds his hand up. "Back away. Slowly, return to your homes." As he holds his hand out, you watch as someone has climbed one of the buildings in the alleyway to the right. You see he holds a gun up to the top. In slow motion, you see this line of energy shoot out. This crystal clear, bluest of blues, a straight line of energy shoots through and aims directly for the fire giants with his arm extended. You watch as his arm is out forward. The line of energy shoots through the arm, shoots through the top left clavicle, and you watch as he continues standing there, but then a line draws straight across from where the energy had passed through, and the body
Holy shit.
slinks off into two pieces, three if you count the arm detaching, and you watch as the body just begins to disintegrate from the wound up to the rest. You see the other fire giant begins to pull out another weapon by his side, and he begins to ring a bell by the tower. Dung, 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 dung. Just this loud, heavy sound. With that, you see the person who shot the weapon look at everyone down below. "Let's go! We can get him!" And as he kind of like shouts that out, everyone begins to go into a mad frenzy. Half of the people continue running forward, half of them stay back, some are confused. Thodain, you want to do something?
Yeah, I want to try and snipe the motherfucker
With what?
with the rifle I just stole.
Okay.
I would. So
No, I shouldn't. Same! I should, but same. That's what I'm trying.
yeah,
Let's
just.
take it out the same.
Here's where it gets screwy, because I do have firearms proficiency.
Mm-hmm.
Do I? Can I? is it applying to this, or is this like
It does,
a bit
because you've had
advanced?
training in firearms, so this does count. Sienna, you want to try as well?
No.
Okay.
I feel like I should,
I do, but
but
not
I
with
really
the
don't want to.
thing.
What am I
Okay,
miss?
Ven, you want to try something? Okay.
I want to shoot him
Um,
as well, just not with the gun, just like spell.
Okay, so
But do finger guns, so it you know it's a thing. 'Cause that's
I'd-
cool.
both of your actions are going to take place simultaneously, but I will ask you to just tell me what you're going to do. So we'll start off with Ven.
I am gonna shoot a little chromatic orb at this guy, whoever shot the gun, because I feel
Okay.
like I'm on the same.
Yeah, you're on the
level as
same
them.
level. He's just on the other side of the of this kind of large walkway in the middle. But you can see him. You're in line of sight and within range of your spell. So that's your plan. Thodain, you're going to be shooting the rifle towards him.
Yes, that's right.
You kind of rush over to find a spot, perch yourself there, and try and fire. Anyone else wish to react in this moment?
How far away is
I
he?
probably
From you, probably about 90 feet or so.
What's the range of
I'm
my...
probably more trying to do crowd control, like trying to stop them from running over each other, trying to stop as many people from hurting each other as possible. Not focusing on the ones rushing in because you can't have idiocy, but helping the ones that are trying to flee, enabling to get away.
Okay. Then, whilst Frey, you're still thinking about it, then could you roll a spell attack for me? Thodain, roll a dexterity with your proficiency, please. And Sienna,
Yeah.
if you could roll either a intimidation check or a, we'll say performance, just to kind of exude your aura, because you're trying to kind of persuade, but also make people do stuff.
Not good.
So that would be another +3, so that's a 23 to hit.
Okay. So, as this is going on, we will go to Ven. You fire your spell in the guy's direction. It hits him. So if you could roll some damage.
Yes, and I'll do it. Fire
Okay.
damage as well, so I can use my.
Jesus.
Yep.
Very nice.
Bracelet, or bracer of the fire added. So I can target another creature within 60 feet. Is there anyone down below me that I can see that is currently attacking? That I can.
You can see a few people beginning to run towards the barracks with intent to kill. Pretty much, they are ready to kind of fight, mad rush. If you
Can
want to try and target
I-
one of them.
I
If
don't
you
know
wanted
if this...
to target something else, I will give you the option if you wanted to target the weapon that they're carrying.
The person? Or...
Of the person, yeah.
I'll keep it to them for now. I don't want to destroy the weapon, because evidence. But the people down below, can I just, like, shoot fire right in front of them? Not to hurt them, but more like for them to back off.
I'll allow it. Sure. You hit them in the chest with this chromatic orb. Flames begin to cover them. They begin to pat themselves down. They basically hold the weapon with one hand in their left as they're beginning to try and pat down the flames that have wreathed their body. Meanwhile, you throw another one to the side, trying to stop the line of people running to attack the barracks. Excellent. That all goes on. You can see that line of people begin to slow down, trying to like not stand in the flames. Their attention now drawn to their surroundings rather than the barracks, seeing as like a threat is opposed on them. But with Thodain and your shot, you line up. The weapon is very intricate. There are several kind of almost modes on the side of the weapon. You don't have enough time to kind of react and change anything, so you just look down the barrel and fire as fast as you can. That same line of energy flings off into the air, shines through the sky, and hits him in his shoulder. And you watch as the right arm in which he held the weapon before, the entire arm just falls off, and the hand itself, the arm, begins to decay and into dust. Meanwhile, his body continues to decay slowly, reaching up to his chest, and he's just kind of like trying to hold it down, trying to stop it, and it just continues and continues and continues, and he just wastes away into a pile of dust.
Okay, I'm never touching that again. That's actually horrifying.
That is very horrifying, Jesus
Now I'm
Christ.
not the only murderer.
That's not
Yay!
murder!
Now,
Yes, it
one
is.
thing, Thodain, one thing I need you to do, since you were the one that killed the person with a weapon in hand, I need you to roll a d20 first to see if it malfunctions and fires off again.
Okay.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no.
Now I'm going to need you to roll a d100, please.
Oh no.
Did you have
Okay.
advantage, by the way, on your next roll
Me.
because of silvery barbs?
Silvery barbs, yeah.
Yes, I did have advantage.
But that would have been on your
But
attack
that would have
roll,
been the
right?
shot.
No, I
Yeah.
can spend it. It's not on my next roll.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
it's like
Yeah.
it's a banked re-roll. It's not technically advantage. I would like to
Not-
re-roll.
It's not on your next roll, is it? It's the next
No.
roll within a
No.
minute.
Yeah.
Okay, would you like to re-roll your 8?
Yes, I would. I really would. Ah!
No! How did it get
It's-
worse?
It's worse.
I
I got-
think you can pick, can't you?
Is my next roll, 4d6 and drop the lowest?
Not quite.
Huh.
You shoot the arm off of this guy, and as the weapon lands into the ground, you just have a moment of kind of chaos around you. Everyone's attention kind of turns to you as this beam of light shoots out of the crowd and hits one of these kind of figures that were leading this charge. Sienna, you're trying to control the crowd, and at some point you are even overcome by the amount of people that are rushing past you. You're trying to kind of like stop, protect. At one point you see a couple of people fall to the ground and you rush over to try and like help them, but then you're caught in the barrage of people trying to run away. I'd like you just to roll a strength saving throw to see how well you can combat the kind of crowd control here.
I'm 22.
You kind of instinctively, maybe not even purposefully, but shields from the braces, this silvery liquid that surrounds your body, appear behind you and begin to push back people who try and like rush into you. It's almost kind of moving by itself and trying to defend you as you're holding this person who's been caught in the crossfire of this kind of rushing away. A lot of these people begin to head and run back down into the pit which they came from, and some of them still stay alerted by that flame before. At this point, you see more guards beginning to emerge. You can see the entire barracks is completely kind of awoken at this point, and you can see giants rushing forward. You can see people, humanoids, those with the exoskeletons beginning to rush out, trying to understand what's going on around. There is still a bit of a chaos that's going on, and the decay of that fire giant is still going on. The fire giant just taking a bit longer than a human would. With all of this, you watch as there's a glow of light from one of the buildings nearby, from the one that Thodain had shot, and you see just this shining light shoot into the sky. You hear it begin to hum louder and louder, and then it just stops. And you're not sure what happened, but that line of energy is gone now. In all of this, as there is a bit of a commotion still going on, I'm going to ask the group of you what you would like to do. The crowds of people have lost their numbers. A lot of them have begun to disperse. The guards are beginning to apprehend them, trying to gather them, trying to keep them tied and separated as much as they can. humans without these weapons cannot really do much against the fire giants and those with the exoskeletons. So the crowds are pretty much no longer powered. But you guys still are present in this. So for all intents and purposes, these guards are going to also come for you. So what are you guys doing?
Probably trying to leave, right?
Well,
Am I
Softly extract ourselves. Or...
Am I still in possession of all of my limbs? Because those rolls, I don't know what's happening, Max.
You're fine. You still carry the
It
weapon.
wasn't the gun in your hand. It wasn't
you're
your
fine.
gun. It was the other gun.
I'm understandably scared right now. I was half expected to have to do
Something went wrong.
I was expected to have to go, Mr. Stark, I'm not feeling so good.
I believe
right,
what went
Jack, by the
wrong
way-
is that the gun broke.
Jack, did Thodain bring his license?
Yeah, I would have brought that. I didn't bring my
Okay.
breastplate.
Then we
I
can
brought
stay.
my license and the colourful cube. Because it's a +1 spellcasting focus.
Yeah.
Also can let one of you do more damage. So I've got that. The thing is, I don't know if it's worth just running or not. And we can't really discuss this, so
I mean, Sienna's looking to you for guidance. If through the chaos you can make yards, she's looking for you because you're the boss. So you're cool.
I'm going to be fully honest. Thodain's a bit shell-shocked right now because he just brutally murdered somebody.
Murdered a guy?
That didn't feel good.
Robbie's face.
Now
I mean,
you're in it
it's
too. Now you don't get to shit.
Welcome to my
Hey,
world.
Fidel murdered a whole group, okay? Fidel murdered a whole group.
Yeah,
Yes.
guys,
That
get
was
off
just
my
one guy.
dick.
I'm also going to be very technical here. It wasn't technically murder because Thodain's licensed. It still feels bad though.
Because he's licensed. Wow.
Copium,
Well,
copium, whatever makes you sleep at night, bro.
Anyway, if Sienna notices that Thodain isn't looking too good, she would definitely rush over to him.
Okay.
By the way,
So
she dropped the
you-
rifle in some alley.
Okay.
She doesn't have it anymore. It's fucking gone.
Why
It's gone.
would you do that?
Okay.
Idiot.
How was I supposed to go back into the crowd with that thing?
You rush over to Thodain. You can see he's still got the weapon in hand. He's still kind of shaking a little bit. You can hear the footsteps of the large giants beginning to approach. Stay in your positions! As they're kind of rushing over, trying to stop the crowds from fleeing.
I'm gonna try and take the gun from Thodain so that they don't find us with it in hand. I'm gonna put it next to us on the ground.
I'm gonna be fully honest. He's not letting go right now.
Thodain,
I'm not trying to be
Thodain.
a dick. He's just shaking.
No, I know. Thodain, you need to let it go. Thodain, look at me.
What?
Thodain,
Yeah, he's looking right at you. His eyes a bit
your
glassy.
sister needs you to focus right now, okay? If you get arrested for terrorism, you can't help your sister in 13 days. So, look at me.
How? Okay, yeah.
Let go.
I'd say comes back a bit. How close are the fire giants at this point?
They're about 40 feet, but it's not far for them to reach in and begin to get involved.
Anybody armed of the civilians around us?
You can see a couple of them beginning to drop their weapons, put their hands up. But yeah, some of them are.
Okay, 40 feet, the fire giants and Sienna's, the fighters next to me, pulling out the license and yelling to the guards, friendly. I took out that one.
Okay. Roll a persuasion check at advantage.
Persuasion advantage. I think that's all right.
Okay.
Not
You
bad.
see Fire Giant as he's kind of leaning down into this alleyway. He is larger than the buildings here. A lot of the buildings are 20 feet tall. He just kind of looks down, begins to stare into the alleyway, reaches his hand in, pushes some of them against the wall who have kind of surrendered. Stay there! And he begins to look at you. Come with me! And he begins to kind of call you to him.
Coming. I'd still say he's now holding on to it, not out of what the fuck have I done, but more this is now evidence way. And just go, Sienna, get the rest. This might be a long day.
The other humanoid guards begin to rush in, push past you with your badge. and begin to apprehend the rest of the people here. And they continue to run through
What
the
about me?
alleyways. You're alongside Thodain. He's kind of like bringing
Okay.
you with him.
Okay.
So the two of you are fine. Fennel and Ven, what are you guys doing? Both of you are on the rooftops in different areas.
Yeah, is Fennel's invisibility still up?
You've made an action to hit something,
Yeah.
so no.
Okay. In that case,
That's gotta be the last thing that guy saw was a Triton appearing in the midair, throwing something at him before he is erased from existence.
I just love the idea of this animatic where it's just literal fuck all on this rooftop for 15 minutes, and then at the end, as this guy is just dying, you just see Fennel there with a cloak.
Like, no.
It's the most if Batman killed thing that I've heard for a while.
Yeah.
I have a
My face
question.
in hell.
Yeah.
Can I like duck down and the giants wouldn't see me, or would they like?
If you're on the rooftop, they will see you.
For fuck's sake.
On each
okay.
rooftop, there is like different things. There's storage chests. There's some like hatches for people to climb into to get to the rooftop if they wanted to. There's some chairs laid here. There's different things in about. You can try and hide behind them, but for the most part, the giants are taller than the buildings, so they will see you.
I mean,
I'm
Robbie, you
gonna-
did launch a very visible bit of magic at the sniper.
Okay, you shot a fucking death laser, so
No,
get
I know,
off my
I
dick.
know. I'm saying you gave a big ass sign that you're on their side.
Don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you mean like on the guard side?
Yeah,
Yes.
he's trying to help
Yeah.
Yes!
I
What do
thought you were like crying, like no, you look like a villain right now. And I'm like, no,
you look like a friendly right now.
We're
I
trying to
have
help
the
you.
gun with me. They're gonna come
We're
after
trying to help
that.
you.
Okay, I'm gonna first cast message really quickly to Fennel.
Yeah.
Because I probably see these two walking away. And I'm gonna be like, okay, let's meet in an alleyway on the west side. I don't know where we are right now. And then he's gonna cast invisibility on himself using a spell slot this time.
Okay.
And jump.
I'd like you to roll a stealth check at advantage as you're trying to sneak past. As you are beginning to cast spells, there is something inside you that begins to almost feel this presence of another spellcaster in the region, and you notice that flying above, there are 3 fire giants who have cast fly on themselves, and they are patrolling above. You see them maybe about 300 feet in the air, and they're beginning to grow downwards slowly. They've arrived from one of the nearby mountains, and each one of them are kind of glowing this fiery red as they begin to shout down below, halt in where you're going. You just hear that above. No, not for you directly, but you just hear that
Okay.
voice.
Why do I feel like
I
we're
am
the
getting
cool
my ass back down from this roof so fast after I see that.
Yeah.
Advantage, you said. Oh my
Oh,
fucking god.
with advantage! What?
oh my
Oh.
god.
Very Van.
Now, Robbie,
It was going so well.
Fucking
We were
slip
so
falls from the
good.
roof, bro. Like,
like,
Only
then
one casualty and now this.
which
This is
real
karma.
life Fae did you punch in the face?
do I need like alphabetical list or?
Greatest hits.
Fennel, you hear the message from Ven, and you can see Ven doesn't seem to notice this, but you see he goes invisible. But there is a layer of this kind of like a fairy fire has been cast upon the ground from one of these giants. Everyone has been covered in this kind of bright, like flaky sort of metallic material. But Ven doesn't seem to realize it, and their invisibility is basically nullified. But they continue to run and jump and try and leave this space as quick as they can.
Oh yeah, that's
Can
not
I
possible.
can I reply
No,
to
no,
the
no,
message?
I'm just getting off from the rooftop.
Yeah,
Yes.
but still, you know, going away from the situation.
Can I reply
Just
to the message?
Very slowly going down a
Yeah,
pipe.
you can, yeah.
Okay, and that says, Ven, you're not invisible. We can see you running.
I can see
Kind
you.
of stops and looks, and it's like, oh, dang it.
Oh dang it!
Can we still meet up, please? Where the
Oh,
hell
crap.
is Thodain getting apprehended?
Uh,
I don't know if Ben could be able to hear their conversation
Well,
because he is up on a roof.
I'll end my message back with I'm on my way.
Okay.
And for now, we'll
Okay.
try and head towards Ven, or at least in the direction that we're meeting.
Yeah, sure.
Um,
You
what's in
rush
between
down.
us?
There's some alleyways. There's a couple of like overhanging spots where someone's canopy is kind of in between, giving some obscurity to the top. You can also try and look into a building, try and hide in one of them if you wanted to. But you can notice now that some of these people that have tried to run away have smashed in the windows, trying to hide inside them. Some of them are just begin to raid and just disperse as fast as they can, trying to find some sort of cover. So these are all being fairly well looked into. And as you begin to kind of head towards where Ven is in the alleyway, you can see that some of the other guards, the humanoid ones, beginning to approach and are getting closer to where Ven is.
Can I reach Ven before the guards?
You can definitely try to. I'll ask you to roll an acrobatics check.
Come on, dice gods, bless him one more time.
Sorry, acrobatics.
Acrobatics, yeah.
Okay. 18.
You're so lucky today.
I
Nice.
really am.
Today? Today?
Yeah, today.
Every time.
Fucking
Today.
You rush to Ven, pull Ven into one of these side alleyways where there is a complete canopy, and you almost pull down one of these support beams for it, and the entire cloths begin to fold down on top of you as though you're kind of entombed in this tent, away from sight, away from people trying to find you. You watch as one of the guards kind of walks past with a blade in hand and just continues to move on. You just see the silhouette of him disappear to the side, and the two of you are hidden underneath this canopy. With that, seeing as you're currently in two different positions, we are going to focus on Thorn for maybe a bit longer than a moment. Thorn, you've been in your were-tiger form following the scent. You had lost him for a bit, Diplor, but you have now regained that silvery trail that he leaves behind. At one point, you find yourself almost doubling back in some areas. Roll a investigation check. He's aware that you're following him.
19. Uh-oh.
He's tried to lose the trail. He's tried to double back on himself, make it more complicated for you to follow, but you catch wind of that and essentially catch up to some of the ground that you had lost before. At this point, you find a well in the ground where the scent is strongest. A descent further down below. You can hear his footsteps in there, splashing in the water, going further away. Do you wish to follow?
I do, but I want to make a perception check around me before I do go into the well.
Go for it.
Okay, fine.
I'll give you advantage since you're using your senses.
Awesome.
Heightened smell. 10.
Aw.
The scents in here are quite potent. This seems to be a maybe more well-treaded watering hole sort of area. So the smells are a bit overabundant here, but that silvery smell is still fresh and descends down into this well. So you know he's down there, and you can hear his splashing of footsteps.
Okay, I'll go down there, but I don't know if I could use my rogue feature to look for traps, maybe, perhaps.
Okay, sure.
Like I know he knows I'm following him. Yeah, so.
But you don't know if he thinks that he's lost you or not. That's the main thing to take away from it.
Okay. Gotcha.
So you begin to climb down. Roll an investigation check again. See if you notice any traps.
Okay. Investigation.
Okay. You head down. You don't see any traps set up. you get the sense that he believes he has lost you. He's lost whoever's trailing him, at least. So you begin to skulk once again. Now having a better bead on where he's going, you follow these tunnels where the well has kind of gathered all of this water underneath, spreads out into different areas, different gullies, different avenues, and you can see this is almost like a large natural cavern underground. You smell and hear the loose footsteps of someone walking through crags in the side of this cavern. You begin to follow. With your heightened movement and ability to climb, you find it quite easy to navigate your way through, using your claws as ways to push through the very sleek, damp walls and very dangerous surroundings here. If you weren't in your were-tiger form, it would probably be much more difficult to climb through this difficult terrain. But you begin to make your way as fast and as quiet as possible. You go for a while, but not too long, until you find a natural cliff face of grooves and impressions that rise upwards. You see it's almost like a climbing wall of sorts underneath this city. You can almost see the person himself, Diplor, down at the far right, where he has reached some sort of plateau. You begin to climb and climb. Again, for you in this form, it's easy. For anyone else, it might have been difficult. And you climb up and you find yourself on the same plateau. You are moments behind him, and you can see that this space in which you find yourself in now is still cavernous in design, but it seems to lead up into more built up area. You can see hardened stone above you. This arrangement, what you can tell, is a cavern that leads up to the floor of some sort of building. You can see Diplor further down the way, maybe about 30 feet from you, beginning to climb and find one of these stones and pushes it out into the side as though it's been already chipped and a path has already been formed for him. Pushes them to the side and you see him begin to climb in. And now he seems to be inside whatever building this is. Do you follow behind?
Yes, I will follow behind, but would I have to get out of my tiger form to fit in that hole?
No, you can. You're still slim enough. You're bulky in the shoulders, but you can kind of like push yourself together, and rather than climb, you can just jump through the hole and then appear at the top.
Sure, I'll do that.
You land and begin to look around, and you find yourself inside a building. You can see a long corridor, tall, very tall, with different sized cells. You are in a prison of some kind. You can see large cells built for giants as well as smaller ones built for medium-sized creatures such as humans. You hear the ringing of a bell. Dung, 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 dung. Not inside, but outside. There is just that continuing ring, as though some alarm has been rang, and you are inside of this barracks. You begin to look around. What's going through Thorn's head at the moment?
Thorn, knowing what she heard from the discussion, she knows that he's here to kill prisoners. Doesn't know which ones, but she's assuming that it's the prisoners from the ship that were brought with us and that we captured. So, she's keeping an eye out for those guys, but she's also still trying to follow Diplor if she can.
Okay.
But yeah.
Then I'll ask you to do a survival check at advantage. as you're trying to sniff out and find him?
Survival, yes. Natural 20, baby.
As soon as you arrive at the top, you sniff out and you turn your head to the right and you can feel him down the alley, down this road, and you can hear him. You can hear him almost talking to himself. And do you rush quickly or do you keep your stealth?
I'll keep my stealth.
You can still run and stealth if you want to, but the DC will be higher.
Can I hear what he's saying?
I'd say with a natural 20, you can hear the very edges of his words. You hear him just say, huh, I guess the distraction worked. No one's home.
I'll keep my stealth.
Okay.
And if I can't, then if I make a sound, then I'll start running towards him.
Okay, sure. You begin to slowly patrol, skulk as close as you can, as fast as you can without making a noise. In doing so, you look to your left and your right, but even though you know there are other people in these cells who are looking at you, you feel the presence of people watching you. That doesn't faze you. You've been in cells before. You've seen people behind and in front of them. No different. You feel the eyes, but they have no grip on you. And you continue with a drive and focus. You turn the corner, and as you turn the corner, you see him. You see Diplo standing in front of one of these large giant cells. And you just hear people on the other side.
What are you doing here? Why the fuck are you here?
Back and forth chatter.
Are you fucking here to free us? You're working on both sides.
Discussions, murmurs. You hear all of those people that were captured in the ship inside this one large giant cell. You see he just kind of grins a little bit. And no. Well, I'm here for you, yes. But a kind of a different side. Unfortunately, all of you have spoken about a person whose name should never be mentioned. You didn't follow the task, and unfortunately, I'm here to clean it up. You understand. You see, as he kind of reaches up to his face, he pulls from it a key. But don't worry, I don't think I'll be able to get in. You know what they say. The giants, fire giants especially, are master crafters. Surely I can unlock this. You hear the key unlock. Oh. I guess I can. He unlocks it. He begins to open the gate to the prison. What would you like to do, Thor?
I will wait to see. I'll wait till he's inside, and I'll wait to see what he does.
Okay. He begins to walk in, and you... Do you want to try and get a visual, or do you just want to try and listen? If you try and get a visual, that would mean you're open to being seen. If you just want to listen, you won't be able to see what's going on.
I think as soon as he steps in the cell, I'm gonna run up and I'm gonna close it behind him.
Sure, yeah. You begin to rush up as fast as you can. In that moment, you just hear everyone say, "You think you can take on all of us? Yeah, we're fucking not armed, but there's plenty of us." Oh, I don't really see why that's a problem. Numbers aren't everything, friend. And clearly, you close the door behind him. Ah. Hello.
I'm gonna
Turns and smiles to you.
scream. I'm gonna scream at the top of my lungs. Guard.
It's not gonna work. No one's home. You bellow out, "God, God," with this timber in your voice. And you see he just kind of looks towards you. It's not gonna do anything. Because none of them are here. Oh. And who are you again? Kind of looks you up and down. You can see all the people in the cell with him are beginning to kind of like pull up their sleeves, kind of ready to kind of get into some sort of tussle with Diplo. Just wait a second, guys. I gotta make sure who this is first. Sorry, do I know who you are? You've kind of just caught me off guard here. Not a nice thing to do.
She's gonna take off her bandana. And
You're still in your werewolf form. Your were-type form. That's why he doesn't seem to recognize you.
Jack, I see you. I see you. I can see the concern. Fuck. Can I ask the tiger? Like, hey, what should I do?
No response from the tiger. This is all you.
Oh, this motherfucker. Alright.
You decided to put yourself in this position.
No, I get it. God, stop. You're distracting me, for fuck's sake. You can see it.
At this point, as you're kind of like standoff,
I'll just
you see one of these guys kind of,
Come on, we can take him!
takes one step forward. You see from his mask a blade shoots out from it like a spike and goes through his mouth outside of the back of his head, and he falls limp to the ground. See what I told you? Don't get involved. Just stay there and die when you need to die. I'm having a conversation. So who are you?
Thorn is just gonna stand there unfazed by him just killing a guy. And she's just gonna... She's ready in case, he tries to get out again.
Well, if you're not willing to talk, I need to get this over with quickly before the guards come back. So enjoy the show. And you see he turns around to the rest of these prisoners. I will be going to make this quick. You're going to just beg, cry, fight me. You're going to make this interesting or what? They all just begin to look at each other, and some of them begin to rush in. Others begin to try and pull out weapons from like makeshift shivs that they've been like whittling away in here. They just begin to like pull out whatever they can. As soon as they begin to break towards him, you just watch his spikes shoot out to each one of them as he just stands there with his hands behind his back, each one of them impaled one by one by one by one. And at this point, all of them fall to the ground. And the spikes retract back into the silvery face mask that he has. And you just see no longer silver, but blood covering his face. And he turns back to you. Well, anything else?
She doesn't. She just stands there.
He kind of looks at your fur, the pink, Very unique pink. I think I know who you are. But the real question is, you didn't seem to know who you were, though, did you? And you see as through the mask, you watch as that imprint, that insignia, circle that is hidden underneath your bandana, resurfaces on his forehead as he looks towards you. Now you see I helped you guys out back there. I'm not a bad guy. We all have to do things we don't like. There's people in this world we need to help out. And if I'm behind bars, I can't help you. You didn't seem to know where you came from. Do you know who you are? Because let me tell you, I've been to where you're from. I know your people. And, well, they're certainly special. Now, I can't help you learn more about them. Maybe you don't give a fuck. You didn't seem to. But just know this. That secret stays with me if I'm behind bars. But you have a decision to make. One decision. You can open this cell, let me out, and I don't see you as a threat, an enemy. We're friends. Just like we were before. Leave me here. I don't share anything. And when I next see you, you'll be dead. So what will it be? Death or pride?
She takes a step to the bars, and she, if she can, tries to reach and grab him and sort of pull him close up to her face. And she'll say, "Where is he? Tell me where he is, and I'll let you go."
That's not how this works.
She's gonna sort of slam him against the bars, and she just snarls, "Tell me."
His head tangs against the bars. It's not a nice thing to do. As you hold onto his chest, you watch as the metallic liquid sticks to your hand and is now held against your hand. I'm going to need you to roll a strength check. You have advantage.
Okay. Do I...
Say that again. I think you broke up.
Sorry. Do I see his face?
Yeah.
Okay. It was a check, you said?
Yeah. Strength
Okay.
check.
Advantage.
Okay. I will roll for him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You feel this liquid begin to grab your hand and pull it away, but then you pull it free. I just don't like getting choked, okay? Don't try and mess around. You can't just hit someone without their permission.
Out of character, you can. You definitely can. That's
Of course you
bullshit.
can.
Out of character, he just murdered a room full of people. He can shut the fuck
Yes.
up.
Yeah. Like, who is this
What
dude?
in the safe word is going on?
What
Okay.
in the-
Okay. Thorn is gonna let go. She's looking at her hand, sort of flexing the claws, and she just looks at him. If I let you go, you can't tell him where I am. You can't, and you have to. You have to be honest, and you have to tell me.
You know what? I'd rather stay in here. I've worked with some bad people, and, well, some people will be definitely happy to hear about you. So, you know what? I'm just gonna stay here. And he sits in the bodies that are around him. Make yourself comfortable, they won't be here for a while.
Okay. Fuck. I knew I was gonna hate this dude when we met him. I knew it.
He's so cool. I'm sorry,
No,
but
he's not.
so
Shut the
badass.
fuck up.
He's a piece
he
of
just
shit,
sat
Leonie.
down
Could've
on the
taken
top
his
of the
offer
corpses
when
he
he-
caused and went, let's wait it out. Oh, He's so cool.
Oh,
I'm
I knew she
sorry.
was an asshole is all I'm gonna say.
are you gonna
He's
do,
definitely an
Thorn?
asshole, but he's a badass. Sorry.
Oh wait, and I'll just watch him because I know he's probably still gonna want to talk to me because he's a fucking prick.
He sits there and just waits. If you keep waiting, the guards will arrive eventually.
She's gonna say, how much do you know about me? I know I'm probably not gonna get an answer, but fuck. Might as well try.
Well, Thorn, you're quite unique. I know your people, your lineage, your descent comes from a very specific tribe. Not seen elsewhere. But you have to be someone like myself to know about it. I'm an explorer. I've met many different people. I've worked with a lot of people. And I've worked with people like yourself. There's no such thing as sides to a coin. People like to believe that there is good and evil. There never is. No matter what side you'd stand on, they're always going to look at the other side differently. The way I see it, we're all in this together. And it's about those connections. You treat the people that you know nicely, and they'll do the same back. So what's it gonna be? Help me help you? Or help yourself and get nothing?
Fuck. Ah, god damn it. Okay.
I would have already let him out like 10 minutes ago.
I'm gonna
bad
open the
call,
cage. I'm gonna open it.
Okay. He gets up and begins to walk over to you. Excellent choice. You won't regret it, I swear.
Sure.
I'll tell you everything about your little clan. But first, we need someone as a fall guy for this, so Don't worry. You're safe. And he goes, picks up his small bag that's been hanging from his side. You see he unwraps it, reaches in, and pulls out this kind of small container, places it onto the ground. All right, we should be going.
I'll follow behind.
All right. You begin to head down and follow behind as he exits. As you exit, you begin to hear a almost bending of metal. Just this kind of heavy sound of something beginning to break away and be torn apart. As you head through the same way you'd come in, you walk alongside Diplor, and he just continues to walk in silence alongside you. For the rest of you, you all look back at the barracks, and you begin to see the entire building begin to decay. You watch as parts of the foundations, the parts of metal and stone, begins to grow in age, and the first things to go are the bits of cloth that drape around. Second is the stonework begins to corrode away. The vegetation in the surrounding area is completely gone within a blink. The thing that takes the longest is the metal, and you see that begin to melt, bend, change in color as a large section of this barracks begins to decay and fall in on itself. You can see all of the fire giants look back, not sure of what's happening, unsure of what to do, and there is just confusion in the air as eventually the corrosion stops, but the building itself is half destroyed. In the wake of all of this, Sienna, Thodain, two of you are brought alongside with the kind of generals and guards of this place. You walk past some of these cells, places where there's kind of warped and broken apart by decay, and you can see that some of the other prisoners here were caught in the crossfire of this, and there is just piles of ash. You can see empty manacles that have been corroded and just kind of broken apart, as you see that a large area, the kind of east wing of this barracks has been completely corroded away to where there is no life here anymore. And anything that you stand on just begins to turn into like a finer ash, just fades away completely.
Yeah, Sienna's just close to tears. She's just walking through this ruin and just close to crying. She's just, you know.
Thodain's going full detective mode on it, trying to figure out epicenter, radius. Is it like uniform? Did it follow the building, or was it like a field?
You, upon inspection and hearing just the conversations between the fire giants and some of the humanoids, you hear just the remarks of, as you find like the epicenter, these were the terrorists found on the Cavalier. Seems to be the central point. All killed in this radius.
Okay. So, above table, we have all the pieces to know what that is. I just can't remember what Thodain doesn't know, because there was a lot of messages from one person to specific people, and then bits were shared. But were the prisoners mentioned in anything?
You can figure it out in the next session. Since we're going to be closing this up soon. I want to focus on Ven and Fennel quickly. The two of you still hiding in this tent just have each other as you hear footsteps back and forth. What do you guys do? Do you just wait it out?
Before we go anywhere,
Hmm.
do I have anything I can use? Okay, Ven, do you have any kind of paint or dye or anything I could mark a wall with?
As you kind of look towards Ven, I feel like this whole running, especially from guards, reminded him of something. And he is, he basically hugged you and he's hugging you, like holding on tight. Seemingly scared.
Fennel will hug Ven back. Just say it's okay. It's okay. We're fine.
What if they look for us? What if we get blamed for this?
They're not gonna know it's us. Also, it wasn't us.
More importantly.
The fuck was with that word in, man?
Immediate thought was the murder. Immediate thought was the murder. The thing we did do, but probably not what Ven meant.
Okay. What did you say you needed?
I need to mark the wall. I know who orchestrated this, but it can't be tied back to us. So we need to leave a message.
Okay.
As you're thinking of something to use, Fennel, you, after hugging Ven, notice that the powder that's on their body you can use as paint.
I mean, I was gonna say I have ink, but okay.
That works. And Fennel will just caress Ven, taking all the stuff off. And
Damn, okay.
Okay, I was gonna just like give you.
Dude, use the words right.
Take him out to dinner first.
Ben was like in the mid of like pulling out an ink bottle, just like stops, looks up at Fennel. I will mind you, he is still in his like female form.
Fennel won't say anything, and he'll just write out Gil was here on the wall.
You was here.
What a fucking
Oh my god.
You couldn't make it
It's
less
kinda like-
ominous, could you?
Slight
Dear Fire Giant, it was Gil. Sincerely anonymous.
Yeah.
just like hold Fennel's shoulder for a second, like please don't do that again.
Sorry, I just needed the stuff. It works. Like, look, it's
Not
on the
in
wall.
this form, at least, please.
I needed the stuff, said the groper.
Let's just
God.
find everyone else. We don't even know where Thorn is.
Are we gonna have to do a HR meeting next session?
No, we'll find them. We'll find them. And we'll peek out. Fennel will peek out from the tent, make sure there's no one about, and make our way away, pulling down the tarp as we leave.
Okay. You look out. There's no one around at this moment. You spent a good 15 minutes here. As you exit, seeing as the coast is clear, you pull down the tarp and you can see in that bright kind of fairy fire colours, Gil was here written on the walls. As you kind of leave, you see the barracks destroyed, partially. There is a presence of fire giants still around. Just roll a perception check, the two of you.
Here we go again. Hey, actually rolled well.
Dang, oh my god, Robbie rolled better than Frey.
I know. Look at that.
They
Okay,
rolled better than
Karma for
Ven's now the
rolling.
best rogue. Ven is now the best rogue. It's official.
After one roll.
That's bullshit! That's such bullshit!
Be quiet,
Hey,
bad rogue.
You caused the
Bad rogue.
barracks to fall
You know
down,
what?
you freed him.
That's on me. That's on me, guys.
Nah,
My
people.
bad. My
Let's
bad.
not fool ourselves. He was just baiting Thorn.
My
He could
bad.
have gotten up there any second. He had a fucking key.
My
You think a
bad.
tiger was gonna stop him?
Yes.
Yeah, probably.
No.
So then, as soon as you exit, look around, you can see both Sienna and Thodain walking alongside the guards here. They are further in by the barracks. The two of you notice that there is several groups of people who are being cordoned off and are being questioned by several guards. You can now see that there is an airship flying overhead now that is shining a large spotlight down on the whole area here, mainly on the barracks, but you can see that there are floodlights just moving around in different areas, which has awoken some of the general population. You can just barely see now the sun is beginning to kind of crest over the horizon as you have had a very long night. And in that light that shines up, you can see walking out from the large stairs into the belly of the city. You see Thorn and Diplor. Diplor himself covered in blood, stained on his mask, as he just walks alongside Thorn. And we'll end the session there, since it's a good way to kind of jump off next time.
We'll just end the session as the wagon goes over.
They're not taking a secret exit.
We were gonna go back in the sewers. What was that? I didn't agree to that.
Be silent, traitor.
So
Wow,
much happened.
okay.
There's a lot that
Holy
could
shit.
have happened that didn't happen, but yeah.
At least we stopped the massacre. That's nice, isn't it? Well, we stopped one and then another one happened. So.
We stopped one, then actively aided another.
I'll give you a couple of options of what could have happened. You might not have figured out that Diplor was going to be behind it.
Yeah.
Welcome, you ungrateful fucks.
You could have gone into the barracks by yourselves, found the bodies, and then been accused of it. The rushing of people could have been a complete massacre by the giants. Those weapons of mass destruction could have caused more casualties outside of the ones that they did. There was a lot that could have gone very bad. You guys got quite a good end, I think. The only thing that you allowed to happen, which is letting Diplor escape and doing his thing.
Well, not necessarily escaped yet.
I mean, no. The collective we didn't do that. It was one person.
I have 2 lightning bolts ready, okay?
I've still got.
Just run out of the room by simply just going and poke.
I've still got the Klingon fucking laser to just disintegrate that bastard.
True.
I thought, listen.
Also, some random person actually has one of those now. So sorry.
Listen, I would not have done that if I knew we were gonna walk out the front door.
Listen. If he tempted Ben with a similar thing of importance, he would have also freed him. So
if he tempted Sienna with revealing stuff about Thor, Sienna would have had him out there in seconds.
I'd have left the fucker there.
Even if he said he had information to save your sister.
I'm gonna be so honest. That was like an actual tough fucking decision for me.
It was.
Oh yeah, no, above table, I get it. I would not have made the same decision, but that is so well done.
And I understand. I was like so close to just like leaving him there, but then like. I mean,
get it.
You understand, right? Like, if I hadn't like. I honestly think
if you'd left him there, I'd have been like, that's a bit mettery. I'll be totally honest.
There's no way the guy wouldn't have gotten out of there himself.
Yeah,
he murdered like 20 people. What makes us? He could have easily taken Thor.
I think it's the smarter decision also because we're not making another enemy, right? We don't.
Yeah, he's
we're
already
in so much shit, guys. We're in so much shit.
Anyway, we're still going.
Okay, listen.
No obvious.
We can fix him, guys. We can fix him.
You just hoping we'll use that logic when we find all of Vane's secrets.
You guys are too busy trying to fix me. What do you think you can do? You can't do that same time. Like, no.
We cannot
I cannot
fix
be
him.
fixed.
Yeah. Look! I've already got to have a word of Fennell about inappropriate touching in the workplace. So let's not bring more
Hey.
added people into it.
I don't know what you're all about.
There's been 2 instances.
Fennell hasn't been
Oh,
reported
okay.
to human resources yet.
God, we could do a side series of just that, me having to be the HR department for this group. Just like, okay, what has Fawn done this time?
We
Ben
can
will
hire a
forgive you this
lawyer.
time. If it happens
God.
again, you're getting a life.
We should hire a lawyer that represents
like-
us in front of like the.
But like, I didn't. If I knew we were gonna walk out the front fucking door, I
You
wouldn't
didn't
have
walk out
done
the
it.
front door. You walked out the stairs.
side door.
To be honest,
We were going back
no,
underground.
you did.
Pancake, I don't-
Actually,
I don't care.
Max, here, to be very technical, isn't that now the front door because we destroyed half the fucking building?
That's a good point.
If I knew
The
we were
only
gonna
door.
go back down the fucking sewers, then like
Yeah.
I would be fine. But now I'm not fine.
You did go out the sewers. You did. That's where
But
you
then
came
they
out from.
returned to the scene of the crime. That's stupid. What are they
They-
doing there?
It's a fuster clock. That should be the actual title of this.
They're gonna get like freaking dust my.
Also, fucking helping hands, Max. Really, helping hands? Are you for real? That's the title
Everyone's
of today's
helping
episode,
out.
by the way. If anyone didn't know that.
I mean, it made sense
Holy
considering
shit.
the initial plan.
yes, yes.
People's helping out.
That's not what I
You know.
expected.
All people are helping out.
The-
I know.
helping out.
I know.
We
I
helped
noticed.
that
That's what I'm
you know,
complaining about. What the?
the bad guys helped that one fire giant's hand get freedom.
He's-
No. He
Please
They
did.
helped out.
He's dead. He was
but
sliced in half. He's dead.
But the hand is free because the hand came
Yes.
off too. So
Yeah. I don't think he appreciates that.
Let's leave it here. Let's leave it here.
Yeah.
Let's leave it there. Let's leave it there. Well, thank you very much for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed.
Oh boy.
Don't forget to follow us on all of our social medias. There's only one. Don't forget to follow us on
Also-
Twitch, YouTube.
Yeah,
Yes, Leonie, go
yeah.
for it.
Yes. Also, check out Token Bases if you want to up your IRL games with some nice props. They make really cool, safe-made wooden stuff. So go check them out on Etsy and on Instagram, YouTube, I think as well. Token Bases.
We're not sponsored, but we really enjoy this.
No, we're,
Yes.
we're collaborating or
Yeah.
something.
Yay.
They're great people.
They are.
Yeah.
We're collaborating
None
with
of them
them.
know
Like
them. I'm the only
Yeah.
one that talks to them, but okay.
we're collaborating like with them. Like Fawn is collaborating with Dipla.
Don't compare them like that.
Murderers.
Why would you do
It's
that?
totally the same.
Oh boy.
What we mean to say is your design skill. Cause
Oh
And
god.
Let's
Let's
get outta
here.
Bye.
Just
Bye.
Cut.
Bye.